And I want to ask you about Ukraine and the blow up the other day with Zelensky. Let me stay on the economy for a moment, because there are rising worries about a slowdown. You've got the Atlanta Federal Reserve saying we're going to have a contraction in the first quarter. Look, I know that you inherited a mess, and you said that the other night.
I've only been here,
but are you expecting a recession this year?
I hate to predict things like that. There is a period of transition, because what we're doing is very big. We're bringing wealth back to America. That's a big thing. And there are always periods of, it takes a little time. It takes a little time. But I think it should be great for us. I mean, I think it should be great.
So Trump was asked a basic question. Do you think there will be a recession? And keep in mind, this is a guy who swept into office amid promises that he would lower costs on day one. His words, not mine. And yet now, when asked if his administration would usher in a recession, he offered up a whole word salad. But conspicuously absent in his rambling diatribe is one simple word: no. This is a situation where if the answer was no, you'd probably want to say it. And keep in mind, in case you thought that this was some slip of the tongue here for Trump, he's been previewing this repeatedly. Here he is also signaling a recession just a few days ago.
Even though those are low-paying jobs, the restaurant jobs and the leisure and hospitality jobs, they had sort of been a proxy for people having disposable money. A couple of days ago, Bank of America came out with their credit card data, and it was scary. I mean, a shocking declines in restaurants, airlines, lodging. Just look at the most recent poll on people who say they're going to go traveling in the next few months. It has plunged. I think the boom times are over. All the free money has been spent. And this is why I have a problem, Steve, with the Federal Reserve and interest rates, because if they look at aggregate data, it looks great. And so but the problem is that if 10% are doing 50% of buying and everyone else is struggling because of higher rates, it's a no-win situation. In other words, we've got to wait until the richest people in America stumble before there's any relief from Main Street. And I think, in addition to blowing up all the ways we examine data, we need to figure out a way for the Fed to re-examine how they do their job, the transmission of their policies, because they keep telling us they wield a mallet. Well, we need to find a way to wield the scalpel, because what they're doing right now is heads the rich people win, tails the rich people win.
Joel, Lindsay Group came out with a report a couple of weeks ago that I've mentioned a few times. Can Doge induce a recession? No, it can't, okay? You're not going to get a recession just from Doge. Now, there are other things that have happened in this economy with this slowdown. We could see a recession, but it's not going to happen just because they're cutting waste and abuse out of this government, Joel.
Yeah, no, you're exactly correct. In fact, of the last 5 years, we had about 3.1 million jobs, and about more than half were from government and from social services. And so those need to go.
It took Donald Trump 6 weeks to bring the U.S. from having the strongest economy in the world to the brink of recession. He insisted on imposing tariffs, even despite the chorus of voices insisting every single day that it would spike prices and shrink our economy. He insisted despite knowing that the economic uncertainty would impact the stock market. And yet now, lo and behold, the market has entered correction territory. This is what our market looks like compared to the rest of the world. That white line is the S&P 500. The lines above us are other major global indexes. Trump managed to preside over the worst market performance in the industrialized world, and it took him 6 weeks. He wants to be a memorable president. Nothing quite as memorable as squandering the strongest economy on the planet in just a few weeks for no reason whatsoever. But what's most striking is that Trump ran on lowering costs and getting money back into the pockets of everyday Americans. And yet now, not only are prices increasing for those everyday Americans, but the stock market crashing means that the retirement savings are plummeting as well. Trump was asked about this specific phenomenon. Here's what he had to say.
Go ahead. What else?
President, Americans have seen their retirement accounts fall in recent day. They're getting very nervous about these tariff conversations.
Oh, I think the tariffs are going to be the greatest thing we've ever done as a country. It's going to make our country rich again. We have many companies, as you know, auto companies are opening up plants now. We've had 4 or 5 announced already, but many more are coming. And we're basically going to take back the money, or a lot of the money that we've given away over many decades. We've lost our jobs, we've lost our factories. We've lost 90,000 factories since the beginning of NAFTA. It's not that long ago. 90,000 factories. Think of that. and we're going to get them back. And they're coming back, and they're coming back in records. Look at what happened with the big chip company, the biggest in the world, by far the most powerful chip company in the world, from Taiwan. And they're going in with $200 billion of money, and they're going to build something that's going to give us 35–40% of the chip market in one company. No, it's going to bring it back, and I think it's going to make us bring us to a level that we've never had before.
So he's asked about retirement accounts falling, and his response is that tariffs are the greatest thing that we've ever done as a country. In case you thought that he would learn his lesson and offer up some relief for the economic hardship that he's ushering in, yeah, not so much. But in fairness, let's dig into that for a moment. He's suggesting here that the tariffs are going to help build up domestic industries, and so they're just a necessary evil. But remember, Biden was able to do all of those things that Trump is promising to do, and he didn't need to crash the stock market or launch a trade war to do it. Biden and Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act and the Chips and Sciences Act, both of which led to a boom in clean energy manufacturing and domestic manufacturing. They are responsible for hundreds of billions of dollars in investments right here in the United States. And guess what? We didn't need to alienate our allies or spark trade wars or render ourselves isolated on the international community or crash the stock market to do it. But because Trump has the touch of a deranged hyena, he decided that all of those things were suddenly necessary to reach the same outcome that Biden and Democrats accomplished through regular old competent governing. And of course, Republicans recognize what an impending disaster this is, and so they're already taking steps to cushion the blow by, and I hope you're sitting down for this, pinning the blame on the last guy.
The president is now, 45 days into his administration.
Something like that.
We're transitioning from Bidenomics and this terrible economy that was delivered by the last administration. It takes a while to turn that ship around, but we are doing that. And the Congress is working to codify all the executive orders that the president is doing.
Right, we gotta transition out of that terrible economy. Except, let's think about this for a second. When it comes to the stock market that Biden was presiding over, not only was it not weak, it was at a record high during Biden's term. Or how about Trump's weak jobs report? He added only 151,000 jobs in February, not even half of what the average monthly job creation was under Biden at 336,000. And finally, with regard to everyday costs, something that Trump claimed to care a lot about during the campaign, think about what happens when tariffs on every good coming into the U.S. from Mexico and Canada and China will do. Think about what happens when they impose retaliatory tariffs. Prices on everything go up, from food to pharmaceuticals to lumber to cars and auto parts to electronics to clothing, meaning not only is the inflation that lost Kamala in 2024 not going to subside, it is being exacerbated by Donald Trump's own administration's policies. All of which is to say, while the Trump White House wants to pin the blame on Biden, the reality is that the things that are bad right now are newly bad under Trump as the direct result of his own policies. Trump wanted to be the president. When is he going to start accepting responsibility for what he actually does in office? Does it ever happen, or will he just finger point at Biden forever? Or how about Trump's Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, who's worth nearly $1 billion, coming out and saying this?
The United States also provides reserve assets, serves as a consumer of first and last resort, and absorbs excess supply in the face of insufficient demand in other countries' domestic models. This system is not sustainable. Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream.
See, you guys don't want cheap goods. You want to pay more for goods because that way you're really deriving the full essence of the American dream, right? Why save money when you can just more than make up for it in essence? So look, if Donald Trump, who would throw himself a parade on Pennsylvania Avenue for tying his shoes in the morning, if that guy is signaling that we're about to usher in a recession, then I think the writing is on the wall. And that's because he's not focused on bringing down costs. He is only focused on beating his chest and being a tough guy when it comes to our own allies, regardless of who it hurts. And who it'll hurt is everyone in this country. Trump promised to focus on you. Instead, you are the last person that he's thinking about. Before you go, first, if you enjoyed this content and you want to see more and support independent media, please subscribe to this channel. The subscribe button will be right here on the screen. But second, the reality is that we're now in a political environment where this administration can lean on any of the social media platforms to suppress certain voices if they don't like critical coverage.
What does it mean to become who you are?
This was one of Nietzsche's deepest questions, a challenge that defined his philosophy and psychological investigations. Unlike other philosophers who sought truth in abstract theories or rigid moral systems, Nietzsche believed that true wisdom must serve life. It must empower, energize, and transform the individual. For Nietzsche, modern humanity was trapped, torn between a chaotic inner world and the pressures of an external society that demands conformity. Most people fear looking too deeply within, avoiding the uncomfortable truths of their own nature. But Nietzsche believed that only those who have the courage to descend into the depths of their own psyche, who confront their darkest impulses and contradictions, can rise above the herd and shape themselves into something greater. This process of self-overcoming is not easy. It requires an intense engagement with history, an awareness of the psychological forces that shape us, and a willingness to challenge the moral and cultural values we have blindly inherited. It demands that we face not only our personal struggles, but also the existential crisis of modernity, an era in which traditional values have crumbled, leaving many adrift in nihilism. But Nietzsche does not leave us without a path forward. In his most radical idea, the eternal recurrence, he presents the ultimate test of life affirmation. And in his vision of the Overman, he challenges us to rise beyond good and evil, beyond the limitations of the herd, and toward a higher existence. So the question remains, will you take up the challenge? Will you dare to descend into the depths, confront your own chaos, and emerge stronger? Or will you remain with the herd, avoiding the burden of freedom? In this journey through Nietzsche's thought, we will explore what it truly means to become who you are, and why, in the end, the highest human being is the one who has learned not just to survive, but to dance. In 1888, a few months before the end of his most prolific and final period of writing, Friedrich Nietzsche wrote in Ecce Homo that a psychologist without equal speaks from my writings. This is perhaps the first insight gained by a good reader. Nietzsche viewed himself as the first true psychologist among the great philosophers. He wrote, "Who among the philosophers before me was in any way a psychologist? Before me, there simply was no psychology." His claim was grandiose, but history has, in many ways, vindicated it. Sigmund Freud, Carl Jung, and Alfred Adler, three titans of modern psychology, were all deeply influenced by Nietzsche's psychological insights. But unlike modern psychology, which often aims to help people function within society, Nietzsche's psychology was concerned with something greater, the transformation of the self. His investigations into the psyche were never merely theoretical. Nietzsche was not content with passive knowledge. He sought insights that could energize life, insights that would shake people out of their complacency and force them to become something more. As he wrote in On the Use and Abuse of History for Life, "I hate everything that merely instructs me without augmenting or directly invigorating my activities." This is where Nietzsche's challenge begins. He was not merely interested in analyzing the mind. He wanted to show how the mind could be harnessed, refined, and ultimately mastered. His goal was to discover how to fulfill the maxim that formed the subtitle of Ecce Homo, how one becomes what one is. This idea is echoed in The Gay Science, where Nietzsche asks, "What does your conscience say? You shall become the person you are." But what does this actually mean? What does it take to become who you are? The fear of looking within. Throughout history, countless thinkers have sought to understand the human mind, its tendencies, biases, potential, and nature. But Nietzsche argued that all who came before him failed because they were afraid to explore the depths within themselves. They were blinded by the unquestioned values of their society, shackled by inherited moral prejudices, and ultimately too fearful of what they might find. In Beyond Good and Evil, he writes, "All psychology so far has got hung up on moral prejudices and fears. It has not dared to descend into the depths. And this fear is not just a problem for philosophers. It is a modern epidemic. Today, people have more ways than ever to avoid looking within. The endless stream of entertainment, the curated perfection of social media, the distractions of consumerism, everything in modern life pushes us outward rather than inward. We are conditioned to fear silence, to avoid solitude, to numb ourselves with distractions. But what happens when you refuse to look within, when you ignore the unconscious forces that shape you? Nietzsche warns that those who refuse to confront their own depths become fragmented, weak, and easily manipulated. They remain at the surface of their psyche, living as mere reflections of external influences, industriously mindful of their common comedy and not at all of themselves. The descent into the psyche. Nietzsche, however, took the opposite path. In the dawn of morning, he wrote, "I undertook something that not everyone may undertake. I descended into the depths. I bored into the foundations." This descent is not without danger. Those who dare to explore their own depths risk confronting the darkness within, the suppressed fears, the buried traumas, the chaotic drives we refuse to acknowledge. Nietzsche describes the terrifying consequences of such an inner journey in a passage from Beyond Good and Evil. He enters a labyrinth and multiplies 1,000-fold the dangers that life in itself brings with it. Nobody can see how and where he loses his way, becomes solitary, and is torn to pieces by some cave minotaur of conscience. This is why most people choose not to explore themselves. It is easier to remain on the surface, to accept comforting illusions, to be part of the herd. But for a small minority, the descent is not a choice, it is a necessity. Some individuals have psyches too deep, too turbulent, too conflicted to live passively. If they refuse to confront themselves, they risk being torn apart by their own contradictions. To survive, they must impose order upon their chaos. The sculpting of the self. Nietzsche presents Goethe as the ideal example of someone who mastered this task. He describes Goethe's greatness in the following words. What he wanted was totality. He disciplined himself to wholeness. He created himself. This is the challenge of self-creation. To sculpt oneself is not to fabricate an identity from nothing. Humans are not blank slates. Each of us has a deep, unteachable nature, a kind of spiritual fate that determines who and what we can become. In Beyond Good and Evil, Nietzsche writes, "At the bottom of us, really deep down, there is, of course, something unteachable, some granite of spiritual fatum, personal fate, or destiny. Whenever a cardinal problem is at stake, there speaks an unchangeable 'This is I.' But most people never discover this inner truth. Instead, they become mere reflections of history, of their culture, of the collective values imposed upon them. They are shaped by the past rather than shaping themselves." Nietzsche saw this as the great failure of modern man. Without a historical sense, without a connection to the forces that have shaped them, modern individuals feel adrift, lost, arbitrary. But Nietzsche offers a solution. Direct self-observation is not nearly sufficient for us to know ourselves. We need history, for the past flows on within us in 100 waves. To truly know yourself, you must dig deep, not just into your own personal experiences, but into the history of humanity itself. You must uncover the primal drives that still pulse within you, the forces of animality, instinct, and raw power that modern society has tried to suppress, the beast within and the divine animal. Every human being, no matter how civilized, carries
Guys, last night I had such an insane high. I told you guys, I don't know if I want to read out my notes, but unbelievably insane high. Walking around naked in my garage, bong in hand, stoked that life is real. Oh, dude, I found something out last night too. I wrote this down. Yo, I don't know if you guys buy ground beef from the grocery store, right? Like when you buy ground beef from the grocery store, it comes in a package that usually you cut it open and then you just pull it out and put it into the pan, right? But when you buy ground beef from the butcher, there's actually pieces of white film between the meat. And I figured out after eating ground beef butcher meat for like, I don't know, like 2 weeks or something, that I can open the packaging in the sink and I can take out the white film in the sink instead of trying to take it out over the pan. So it's infinitely easier to get rid of the white film. Genius. I just figured that out. It took me 2 weeks of eating it every night to realize that there was a better way of doing that. And then I was like, I also said I'm funnier and wittier when I'm not sober. Lamau. I said some other shit too, but just to let you guys know. I mean, I trust me, guys. I say some great shit when I'm fried. That's just where it all starts making sense. Moral of the story is we're cooking late night. Guys, treadmill on the way. Treadmill on the way. You guys will see. We're getting diced. Might have to make a run at SoCal soon. I don't know. Do I talk out loud to myself? Yeah, I do. Do I cycle? I assault bike. Yeah. I'm assault biking every night like 20 plus minutes I reached 960 watts, I believe, last night is my peak, is my new peak. So I'm gonna try to hit 1,000 watts tonight. And I fixed my assault bike seat because my seat was tilted down, so I felt like I was falling forwards on the bike. Now I got it slightly up. How are the gains? Major, Stardaka. We're actually making stupid progress now. I'm having realizations, revelations. It's coming together. I'm gonna try to get 4 digits on the watts tonight. We'll see. Cameron, what's good? I'm gonna buy a Nordic track treadmill apparently, and I'm gonna put it next to my bike and start hitting that nightly. And then I'm gonna start eating more food. Dude, my parents, they helped me out. They try to get me some bagels and some cream cheese, and they try to buy me these other like Ensure drinks, and I basically told them I don't drink or eat any of that shit anymore, so they can just take it. But they were trying to help, so that was cool. Monkey did the 5 gifted, because they tried to give me this cream cheese that it was like the easy spread cream cheese. And if you guys know anything about cream cheese, that shit is ass compared to the one in the foil. So the foil, well, I was like, I can't eat that. And then they got me these bagels, and then I couldn't eat the bagels either because they were the kind of the wrong brand of bagels as well. So I also had to send that back too. And then I sent the Ensure back because I don't drink the Ensure because it causes night terrors. L Sun. What do you mean L Sun? Wait, Ari messaged me, says, good luck on Mara. I will literally sleep now and be a normie again. I'm done being a degen. Okay. 07 to the degen lifestyle. I will see you when you wake up in 30 hours. Ari says she only needs 8 hours of sleep after 30 hours of playing. Is that just complete nonsense? How are these guys so fucking fast, by the way? Ari MIA, I think Ari's going on 30 hours of sleep. 8 hours of sleep is complete nonsense. Pika, have you done shrooms before? No, I don't do any kind of some substances like that. I'm a pretty natural, sober individual. But there has been times where I was in my apartment and I would have these nights where I'd be fully naked, like rolling around my bathroom floor, and I would end up in my bathtub trying to turn the water on and shit. And I was just like listening to these Travis Scott songs on repeat all the time. And I was going through this phase of like self-discovery and self-image and trying to become more confident in who I am. So I started watching all these old school music videos on my TV and trying to analyze the style of all the most legendary bands of all time, and realizing how all these guys, they just look different and do their own thing, and necessarily who they are and what they look like is not really important. It's more about what they do and who they are and kind of what they stand for and the shit they create and the energy they put out into the universe. So there's just times where I sit there and I look in the mirror and I just stare at myself dead in my eye sockets, just analyzing all the parts of myself that I've never liked and never was comfortable with, and was just trying to sit there and overcome it for a while there. I was going through some phases and shit like that, but no, I don't do anything like that. No. Ari says, I miss hanging out with you. It's only been 3 days. Really? I was going to say the same thing. I was going to say the same thing to you, but didn't want it to be weird if I said it first. Yeah. That's right. That's exactly right. That's exactly what I was going to say. Reunion tomorrow. I'm using all my PT stretches on my wrist, so I'm sharp for the keys. There it is. Guys, I'm about to bring out the big guns tonight. I'm about to use this shit to re-strengthen my wrist. Hit some of those tonight. Do a couple sets, maybe 3 sets of 10 plus. Try to do a couple ones, both hands. Guys, we should record with Odyssey, right? Put a 1 in chat if we're going to record with Odyssey. So I was talking to Ari. She was messaging me. She was saying, like, you know. I'm getting back on retention tonight, bro. I keep failing retention. It's because I'm telling you, that assault bike is so ridiculous for testosterone levels and the HGH it produces and shit. I mean, what else was I even saying last night? I'm not going to read any of the shit I write. Roar through that raid. Just some diabolical shit in there. It's like, it is what it is. Maybe I'll cook up something tonight. I'll see how I'm feeling later. Brother says retention's the best thing. Can't even do it. I mean, the best things in life don't come easy. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it is. Guys, Fanny's Chulo level. She's level 43. Dude, speaking of all that stuff, when I was rolling around the floor in my bathroom, I was starting to think that a lot of pain is mental and it's not even real. I thought carpal tunnel was some made up shit. It was like this learned helplessness or something where it's like, once you're aware of some pain that you're in, you feel it infinitely more and you feel much more helpless. I'm still not totally sure if that's true or not. But I do think the pain is real, but it can be made worse by hyper fixating on it and shit. You know what I mean? And then I was like, I had another thought too, where I'm sitting there, I'm cooked, and like once you have a certain kind of pain, or you live with the pain every day, you kind of move and reevaluate your entire life to work around that pain, like that pain is always there. And I realized that when I tried to grab the pan of the ground beef, and it's like a big ass pan, it's like heavy, and I'd feel that tension on my TFCC linebacker nerve injury. And I was like, yo, maybe this is bullshit. Maybe I can actually just grab the pan harder. You know, I can do this and use it, and I don't need to be afraid of a pain that might happen. I could just fight through it or something. Bunch of shit like that. Classic is frying you to a crisp. This is why I'm thinking I might need to start drinking again. The last few days I've been feeling I can't tell if I'm like excited or bored, or if I'm at like a slight lull in what exactly is going on. And maybe it's a slight confusion of what's happening in the online gaming universe here. But maybe yesterday I felt like I was getting back on track. But technically, in today's day and age, guys, in the streaming world, there is lots of uncertainty and panic and fear of the future and the unknown of what's happening. Like before, it made sense. Like, we need to do this. This is what's going on. But now it's like, what do we do? Now we have to evolve the game. We have to change it up. We got to rewrite the script and find a new direction to go in. And we're kind of traveling into unknown territory, which is like, I don't know. But I was like, maybe the bevs might be good. And then, because I'm thinking about, maybe I got to go travel around. I got to go do some stuff. You know, I got to get around some different people. I need some different energy around me. And then I'll start feeding off that and stewing up something. And you know what I mean? You are so funny when you're high. Peekaboo exhaled from the bong and smiled to himself, standing fully nude and semi-erect in the garage. None of them even know the level I'm on. He knew this was a higher consciousness than the night he rolled on the floor of the bathroom contemplating success. He took one final look at his nude form in the mirror he brought into the garage. You are magnificent, he said to himself. You guys are fucking idiots. Oh, I actually was looking at myself. I was standing right there. And there's like slight downward lighting. And I'm looking at myself in the bathroom mirror. And for the first time, I was like, I am actually seeing progress here in the gym, despite what the fucking hate watchers say. And it's got to be a combination of things, of the 85-15 ground beef, of the cardio bike, of the increased help of my parents making food and shit. Like, all this stuff starting to come together, and I'm lifting harder and shit. I'm moving different. Dude, low-key, at my gym, there's this one chick. She looks like Anna de Ar... You guys know what I'm talking about? That Anna de Armos chick or something? I swear this girl looks very similar to her. And I feel like she... Like she looks at me sometimes. If I can get like a couple-day retention streak, I'll say something to her. But for now, I just walk in there, AirPods in, fully locked in, just hold my phone to get swiped in. But I feel like I swear there's something... Like, I feel like she looks at me and smiles at me longer than other, like, you know, customers and shit. I can sense it, dude. Seriously. I'm sure she's seeing the gains, especially in the legs, guys. When I walk in now, I've got definition. I'm standing tall. I'm shoulders back. I'm fucking locked in. Because my mind is not even in the gym. My mind is here. So I can't even see any nonsense in front of me. It's just all straight, like, that's what it is. That's right. Make eye contact and give her the iconic stare. Yeah, maybe, actually. Seriously. Yo.
What's up, King?
What's happening?
How you doing?
How's the leveling?
Oh, fantastic. Hold on.
Dude, we're getting close to the end game, man. We're back.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like I can finally taste it. I've been 60 in so long.
Yeah, you're telling me, man. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Exactly, dude. Dude, honestly, everyone keeps on asking me why I'm leveling so fucking slow. Has anyone asked you that too? Or
I get it every single day, every couple minutes, every couple seconds even. People just say that nonsense.
I think they've been 60 so long, they kind of forget how long it takes to get back up there.
Yeah, they don't know what's coming. Once we get to 60, we got MC, BWLs in like literally 14 days, I think.
I know. You're thinking we're gonna get drafted rank 1 or week 1? You know what I'm saying?
Fuck yeah, we better be in there. Absolutely.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we put in the hours.
Yeah, we put more than everyone else. Fuck yeah, we better be in there. Are you kidding me? Shit, non-negotiable.
I don't give a shit if we're all in greens. You know
yeah, I mean? No, we're going in. Like that's the point of this. 100% we're in there.
Exactly. Okay. Nice. I'm glad we're on the same page here.
Yeah. Yeah, I gotta get the whole leveling roster in too, hopefully.
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
even know. Yeah, because we're like the people still playing. Everyone else just dipped. Like, what?
Dude, I was saying the exact same thing. Like, if we really wanted to, we could have just raid logged, not done anything, but we fucking died, helping everyone else.
Yeah, exactly.
Well,
they owe us.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I helped 2 naked guys get MC Attune and Oni Attune, and they're the top parsers now.
Tonight's host and musical guest, as you know, is of course Lady Gaga. Here to lend his support, making a rare public appearance, is Lady Gaga's husband, Lord Gaga.
Thank you, Colin. How splendid did my wife look during her song? Oh, I wish she dressed like that on the estate.
Wow, this is wild. I had no idea there was a Lord Gaga.
Of course there is. How do you think she became a lady? She married a lord. That's how she became a Gaga, whereas I was simply born this way.
Great. Why haven't we ever seen you with her?
Well, I'm terribly busy with business, running the Gaga textile empire, and truthfully, I don't want to overshadow my wife.
I really don't think that you would. You must be very proud of all her accomplishments.
Well, I'm glad she has a hobby.
I think it's more than a hobby. She's one of the best-selling musicians of all time.
Is she now? They like her. Well, good for her.
You didn't know that?
No, I'm terribly busy with business, but we're very happy. It's certainly not a bad romance.
Okay. I guess I'm curious, how did you two meet?
She was playing piano at a debutante ball. You know, where teenage girls are presented to their father's widowed friends to marry. You've been to those. Yes, you have. You're lying if you say you haven't, Colin.
So.
Well, that year's offerings were subpar, but the dazzling girl behind the piano caught my eye. So I made her my wife, and now we have 7 gorgeous children.
You have 7 kids?
Yes, 7 little monsters. And Colin, again, thank you for indulging my wife's hobby and letting her sing on your little talent show.
Okay, I actually think she's indulging us. Your wife is very successful, sir. She has 14 Grammys and an Oscar.
Well, does she now? Wow! What a feather in her cap! If only it all paid, eh?
I think it does. I think it actually pays a lot.
Well, it certainly can't be more than what textiles bring in. Can you imagine, Colin, a man whose wife makes more money than he? Can you imagine? Oh, the shame he would feel. Imagine, Colin, if I was sitting here on television behind this desk, staring at that camera, the world staring back at me, knowing that my wife's income dwarfs my own, I would die. I would die. What a living nightmare. What a nightmare. I'm sorry. Now tell me, what does your wife do?
Lord Gaga, ladies and gentlemen.
Can you imagine?
The Weekend Update. I'm Colin Jost. I'm Michael Che. Good night. the start of daylight savings time when we set our clocks ahead, ideally 4 years. After President Trump spent last week defending our historical best friend, Russia, Trump turned this week to attacking our sworn enemy, Canada. That's right, those syrup-guzzling, poutine-munching, moose-humping hockey sluts have taken advantage of us far too long. Even right here at SNL, American sketch comedy jobs are being stolen by filthy Canadians.
President Trump addressed a joint session of Congress and claimed that no president has changed government faster than him. Yeah, and nobody changed airport security faster than bin Laden. President Trump also said that he signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. But if men aren't allowed to play women's sports, explain soccer.
A lot of soccer fans at the Gaga show. Okay. Education Secretary and WWE co-founder Linda McMahon, who's the one on the right, said that closing the Department of Education would not hurt students, and actually test scores might go up, maybe even as high as 69.
After imposing tariffs on Mexico and Canada on Tuesday, President Trump reversed them on Thursday. It's a cunning political tactic experts call bipolar disorder. President Trump said the tariff on goods from Canada is to stop the flow of fentanyl, even though last year only 40 pounds of the drug was seized at the northern border. 40 pounds? What's that, like 2 buttfuls? It's like 2 buttfuls. I thought it was smart.
Experts say that President Trump's tariffs will raise the cost of a new car by as much as $12,000. Or you can get a free Tesla since people are throwing them away. Speaking of which, Tesla CEO and white Kanye, Elon Musk, wore a suit instead of a jacket and t-shirt to this week's cabinet meeting after President Trump made fun of his clothing. It's a refreshing reminder that bullying still works.
On Thursday, Elon Musk's SpaceX Starship exploded just minutes into its mission, which is how he ended up with all those kids. It was reported that the leaders of Great Britain and France have been coaching Volodymyr Zelensky on how to deal with President Trump. Kind of like how you need extra training to be a special ed teacher.
And this is exciting. Donald Trump Jr. is reportedly considering a run for president in 2028. Yeah. And if you don't think he could win, you clearly aren't familiar with how things work here in hell.
Oh, what do you think about this Amaranth thing? Do you think this really happened?
This I don't know, but I'll tell you what's crazy.
Uh-huh.
So she... Okay, so she, we did an Anything Else episode.
Yeah.
With Amaranth, and she was talking about Bitcoin, and I was like, you shouldn't do that. This is a specific reason I don't have anything of value in my house. I have no crypto, I have no nothing. There's no reason. You rob me, you're going to get like a late 80s Nissan. It'll be like your prize.
With a repaired air conditioner or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Fully repaired.
Fully repaired.
Functional HVAC system.
Torn apart all the way to the firewall to get that replaced.
That was something.
Yeah.
Okay, but I did it. I did it, and you know what? I actually had to do it twice because the first time I kind of left something unplugged, but I went back the second time. It was way easier than the first time. In fact, I'm working on shit so often. I got a 10mm right on me right now.
Always lose those. So 10 millimeters.
I know. I got one in my pocket. That's just. This
Good
is
job.
also. I felt it earlier. That was there. She was on the show, and that was a bonus episode. If you haven't seen it with Amaranth, it was quite good. And she was talking about Bitcoin. I was like, this is a really bad idea. You shouldn't talk about having it. And in fact, you shouldn't have it at all. You should sell it and not do it. It's not good. I was very anti-crypto. I always have been, even though I've had a business that was involved in it for a while. And it's ironic that this supposedly happened to her. I don't want to say supposedly because I don't want to.
Wow.
I'm assuming.
Allegedly.
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming it's true. I think it would be unhinged. I mean, there's a video. This one right here is her like being chased by people.
Hooligans.
Is that? I'm assuming that's her G-Wagon. That looks like the G550 squared. That's an expensive one. That's her. It's in here. It's in here.
Come on. Go, 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 go.
Door shut. Don't they have guns too?
Why would they have guns?
Well, because they're robbing Amaranth.
It's Texas. Who would rob somebody with guns?
I don't know. Who would? I mean, wouldn't you have guns when you do it? I mean,
You're
look.
sounding very skeptical right now.
Here's the thing. I'm only skeptical of one reason. I don't understand how she tweeted. That's it. She was very nice. I understand a lot of people hate her. Apparently, she said some not so nice things about some people. You know what? Not good. I disavow. But that said, I just don't know how the fuck she tweeted.
Super easy.
That I'm being robbed right now. And the robbers were just like, hey, what's up? What are you doing?
Have you ever used shortcuts on iPhone?
Yeah, I got one that's like QQQ, and it's like, I can't text right now, I'm driving.
I've got a button that says I'm being robbed that it tweets out on my account in case it ever happens. She probably set
Okay,
one up
I don't
just in case.
have it as a tweet. I just, whatever app I'm in, it'll type, if I do QQQ, it'll say I can't text right now, I'm driving. That said, Amaranth, I had a fantastic time talking with you. No, I can't say what I'm thinking.
Ooh, pussying out.
All right, fine. Because you used the pussying out word. I'm just getting a little bit of Jussie Smollett vibes.
His name is Smollett, right?
I like Smollett.
Okay.
A little bit. But you know what? I would also believe it's real as well. That's all. I have no... Like, the thing is, I haven't seen anything in the news about it, which is weird.
I thought she linked a police report now.
Oh, if that's the case, then it happened.
Well, not necessarily, but...
I believe all women.
I don't. And you shouldn't either, so fuck you.
Oh,
We're
fuck.
past that
God
point in our lives.
damn it. Oh, wow.
Absolutely
God
not.
damn it.
My goodness.
What? Stop.
I believe in the wonderful judicial system of the United States of America, and I trust what the courts say. God bless them.
Okay. All right, well, keep it coming.
Donut operator says it was her husband that fired the shots.
All right.
Wow. YouTuber and former SWAT officer Donut Operator has confirmed Amaranth's robbery story through his police connections.
I wish I had police connections like that so I could confirm that this happened. But I'll have to trust the donut operator. Oh, I get it. Donut because cops. So he's an operator, but he was also a police guy.
You got it.
Yeah, because they like donuts. But the thing is, everyone likes donuts. I mean, I don't think cops specifically like donuts that much. I think it's probably just a history of coffee shops being open 24/7, and coffee shops would serve donuts.
Holy shit. It's like watermelon and fried chicken. Everybody likes watermelon and fried chicken.
I don't really like watermelon.
How do you not like watermelon?
I mean, it's fine. I don't want to have it all the time.
I don't think anybody has it all the time.
Okay, well, when you say you really like it, like,
I didn't say you really like it. I said everyone likes watermelon and fried chicken.
I would say I really like fried chicken. That's good. I wouldn't have it every day.
Okay.
But I would say that I really like. I wouldn't be like fucking watermelon. I love that shit. It's like, okay. I think actually I prefer other fruit over a watermelon.
Okay.
A lot of fruit.
That's fair.
I would say the watermelon, if we were putting it on a tier list, where would you put it?
It's like it depends on how we're eating it. Like watermelon goes anywhere from like an A- to like a D.
There is no minuses, by the way. Because in the tier list, it's just letters. There's no.
Oh, I
pluses
didn't know we
and
were tier. Was there an S?
Yeah.
Then I would give it an A to a D. I think that like if you're like, I want some fruit, and it's like watermelon, that's just like a D tier. Why the fuck are you eating watermelon? But if you're outside having fun, summer, okay, you want to come inside, it's nice to grab a huge chunk of salted, a little bit of salt on it. Fucking watermelon is really good.
The fuck did you just say? You put salt on your watermelon?
Just a little bit, and you eat it, and it's super. It's
Like,
nice
I
and
understand
juicy
putting-
and yummy. It's got a little bit of flavor to it. It's good. It's delicious.
What? I'm the salt man, and I haven't even heard about putting salt.
Never heard of putting salt on watermelon?
You put salt in cookies when you're baking them because it makes it sweeter.
That's gross.
No, that's what you do. Salt and watermelon. You're just fucking with me right now.
Okay.
All right, keep going.
Oh.
What?
I got a shotgun.
Okay, congratulations. I thought you already had one.
I got a cooler one.
Your other one was already incredibly gay, as it was.
Because well, it's for trap shooting.
Yeah.
But I got an M4. I got an M4 Benelli, Dan.
Why?
It's a cool shot because it's awesome.
That's the Counter-Strike
you
shotgun.
pull the. Wait, is it? I thought they used the Spaz 12 or whatever bullshit.
No, they used the Benelli.
In Counter-Strike?
Yeah, and you're the Benelli.
Oh, I thought this was a John Wick gun. I know it was Counter-Strike. Well, now I feel like a loser. No, they use the XM1014. You're right. No, you're wrong. I have an M4 Benelli, not the.
Okay.
Yeah, but anyway, it looks cool. It shoots cool. You pull the trigger and it keeps shooting shells. A semi-automatic.
Yeah, I mean, I would go with the Saiga personally. Reliability.
Why? Oh, yeah, of course.
I mean, I kind of care about reliability in any semi-auto weapon. You know what a Saiga is?
Yeah, it's a shitty shotgun that has like 4 rounds on the internal mag.
First off, you can have
made all of that up.
You have no idea, do you? Okay, so you got a shotgun. That's good.
Breaking news: Ethan's appeal got denied. Wait, what's your favorite firearm that you own? Or are you allowed to say? Do you want to keep the strategic?
No. My favorite firearm. I mean, it's just the one that I carry. I have 2 guns that I carry with me mostly. I either carry a Smith & Wesson 340 CT snub nose, and that's when it's like kind of like if it's really hot outside, I'll do that because that conceals really well and it's very, it's very light. It's lighter than the 365. It like goes into nothing. Or the P365 SAS is just fucking amazing. I'm like, I always have it with me, and it conceals, and you got 12 rounds, and it feels like you have nothing. As far as like an
you have a 12 round. Oh, you have an extended mag.
Yeah, but it doesn't even. It's almost the same as a normal one, and I have a flashlight and a laser combo on it too.
I got a flashlight for mine. No laser though yet. Sorry.
Yeah, they make flashlight laser. It's good. You point it, and it's like you don't even have to aim. Just a bullet's going where that laser is. The P365 jams, I haven't experienced that. I think if you use shitty ammo, it will. But the important part is to know how your gun reacts. Take it to the range and try different ammo and make sure it doesn't jam. You put 500 rounds through it and it doesn't jam, you're probably good the next time you go to shoot it. And also, that's a good thing about a revolver. A revolver never jams. If it doesn't work, you just fucking pull the trigger again. Granted, you only have 5 shots, but if you fucked up in 5 shots, I don't know what to tell you.
Wow.
Unless you got 5 dudes coming at you, then
not 5 dudes.
That would be an issue.
Then you carry 2 revolvers. Okay.
Yeah, that's true. Otherwise, though, man, I think my favorite gun would be, what the fuck is the name of that goddamn brand? I really want to
Glock.
No, it's
H&K.
Nope, that's not it either because you can't get
Austria.
It's a B&T. It's the B&T MP7 clone. I forget the name of the. I think that would be my favorite.
It's Weekend Update with Colin Jost and Michael Che.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Welcome to Weekend Update. I'm Michael Che.
I'm Colin Jost. Well, tomorrow marks the start of daylight savings time when we set our clocks ahead, ideally 4 years. Trump spent last week defending our historical best friend, Russia, Trump turned this week to attacking our sworn enemy, Canada. That's right, those syrup-guzzling, poutine-munching, moose-humping hockey sluts have taken advantage of us far too long. Even right here at SNL, American sketch comedy jobs are being stolen by filthy Canadians.
President Trump addressed a joint session of Congress and claimed that no president has changed government faster than him. Yeah, and nobody changed airport security faster than bin Laden. President Trump also said that he signed an executive order to ban men from playing in women's sports. But if men aren't allowed to play women's sports, explain soccer.
A lot of soccer fans at the Gaga show. Okay. Education Secretary and WWE co-founder Linda McMahon, who's the one on the right, said that closing the Department of Education would not hurt students, and actually test scores might go up, maybe even as high as 69.
After imposing tariffs on Mexico and Canada on Tuesday, President Trump reversed them on Thursday. It's a cunning political tactic experts call bipolar disorder. President Trump said the tariff on goods from Canada is to stop the flow of fentanyl, even though last year only 40 pounds of the drug was seized at the northern border. 40 pounds? What's that, like 2 buttfuls? It's like 2 buttfuls. I thought it was smart.
Experts say that President Trump's tariffs will raise the cost of a new car by as much as $12,000. Or you can get a free Tesla since people are throwing them away. Speaking of which, Tesla CEO and white Kanye, Elon Musk, wore a suit instead of a jacket and t-shirt to this week's cabinet meeting after President Trump made fun of his clothing. It's a refreshing reminder that bullying still works.
On Thursday, Elon Musk's SpaceX Starship exploded just minutes into its mission, which is how he ended up with all those kids. It was reported that the leaders of Great Britain and France have been coaching Volodymyr Zelensky on how to deal with President Trump. Kind of like how you need extra training to be a special ed teacher.
And this is exciting. Donald Trump Jr. is reportedly considering a run for president in 2028. Yeah. And if you don't think he could win, you clearly aren't familiar with how things work here in hell.
The NBA season is heating up now that we're a month away from the playoffs. Here to discuss is NBA champion and ESPN commentator and always outspoken, Kendrick Perkins.
How you doing, Michael? I like that jacket, man. You look like your mama dressed you up to go apologize to the vice principal.
All right, Frank, let's talk some NBA. So the craziest news of the season is the Dallas Mavericks took one of the league's best players, Luka Doncic, and traded him to the Lakers. Why did they do that?
Oh, now, there's a lot of questions about this here trade, but folks on the inside know Luka Dookie is hurt, okay? Now, I'm hearing rumors that he got a small tear in his interior crustaceous uterus. I ain't no doctor, but by my estimations, I believe he gonna be dead by April.
Perk, why would you say that?
Look, hey, I just be saying things, Michael. You know, Stephen A. Smith, he just got $100 million to go on ESPN every day and talk nothing but nonsense. And I want a piece of that too. All I gotta say is things like, oh, Larry Bird was created by scientists in the back of a Cracker Barrel.
I don't think that's right, man.
Hey, maybe not. But you gotta admit, man, I know the game. I be watching like 4-5 hours of tape every night before I take my beard off and go to sleep.
All right, well, let's talk about the MVP race. Who you got?
Oh, well, you can't count out the legendary LeBron James, a man who, despite being 55 years old,
Where are you getting this from?
Nobody knows. But it's amazing how LeBron is still able to play every night. He's 62 years old.
You just said he's 55.
I know. That's my point. LeBron is 71 years old. He has one arm, 12 kids. One of them is black.
No.
And
A standard deck of playing cards can be arranged in a number of ways. In fact, that exact number happens to be 52 factorial, which can otherwise be expressed like this, or in standard notation, like this. It's a number so astronomically huge that it would take me a minute to even pronounce the whole thing. The scale of it is mind-boggling, far beyond anything we can hope to visualize with our human frame of reference. It doesn't really make sense how this unfathomable quantity manages to fit neatly inside such a simple man-made object. Depending on how you look at it, a deck of cards might as well contain all the possibilities in the universe. The whims of chance are as tantalizing as they are confounding, something that exists just beyond the realm of our control. If you manage to achieve total mastery over the odds, you could basically do anything you wanted. Anyone who somehow harnessed this elusive power would suddenly gain access to unlimited possibilities. You could dodge bullets, hit every green light, and never lose at Monopoly again. But if we're being honest, you and I both know exactly how everyone would use this ability. They'd immediately go out and buy a winning lottery ticket, hit a 25-way parlay, and dump everything else into tomorrow's best performing stock. Because if there's one thing people love to imagine themselves doing, it's getting rich. When given one shot at a lucky streak, the best we could hope to do with it would be to make some serious money. Allow me to introduce you to the star of our story. His name is Chris Moneymaker. Yes, that is his real name. It is believed to have descended from the German name Nurmacher, belonging to distant relatives who manufactured silver and gold coins. Chris would end up working with money in his own right, earning a modest living as an accountant for a local restaurant chain. His life was average in just about every way, until one fateful evening when everything took an unexpected turn. The story of Chris Moneymaker began with what most of you are probably doing right now. Staring at a screen while trying to kill some time. The year was 2003, and online poker had taken America by storm. While the game of poker in one form or another had existed for centuries, its popularity didn't really take off until the advent of one specific variant. The name of the game is No Limit Hold'em, where players have to make the most out of 5 community cards and just 2 hole cards, which are unknown to the rest of the table. Like all the best games, Hold'em is easy to understand and difficult to master, but what makes it rather unique is its delicate balance between luck and skill. A game like chess, for example, is entirely skill-based. The outcome is determined entirely by the strategic mastery of the player. There is really no other way to win besides outplaying your opponent heads up. This leads to fair but predictable results in competitive play, where the winner almost always comes down to the better player. On the opposite side of the spectrum, you have a game like slots, whose outcome is entirely dependent on luck. The player is fully at the mercy of chance, with no way to gain any sort of strategic edge. There is no real difference between new and experienced players, since everyone has equal odds at hitting the jackpot. In slots, anyone can win, but no one has any control over whether they do. And then, somewhere in the middle, you have poker. A shuffled deck of cards may seem as random as a slot machine, but with enough practice and game sense, skilled players do manage to gain an edge over the competition. That edge is achieved through America's favorite pastime, lying. You see, poker is ultimately a game of information.
the advantage exists in gathering information about your opponent's cards while concealing your own. Information can be communicated through betting. Typically, a big bet is supposed to represent a strong hand, but that's not always the case. Since you can never be certain about your opponent's cards, there is always an opportunity for deception. The technique of bluffing allows poker players to overcome losing hands by pretending to have something stronger. Understanding precisely when to bluff adds a layer of skill and complexity to an otherwise random game. In poker, the best player doesn't always win, but if you play your cards right, you can still stand a fighting chance even when the odds aren't in your favor. Throughout his life, Chris Moneymaker never saw himself as anything more than an amateur player. His only action came from various low-stakes online rooms. Compared to the competition, he was above average, often winning more than he lost. But one day in April 2003, he finds himself on the run of his life. It all started with an $86 buy-in to an online tournament on the site PokerStars.com. After several hours, he is one of the final 4 players remaining. By now, Chris had participated in dozens of these events, but he'd never come this close to winning. Unfortunately, this just so happens to be a tournament he's not trying to win. His initial plan is to flame out in 4th place and collect the $8,000 cash prize to pay off some credit card debt. That's because the grand prize of this tournament is a little unorthodox. Rather than a cash payout, the top 3 finishers will be given a free ticket to the World Series of Poker main event, otherwise known as the most prestigious tournament in all of poker. Chris reasonably concludes that his chances of finishing in the money at such an event would be slim to none, and prepares for the far more sensible option of taking the money right in front of him. However, in the heat of the moment, he stops to reconsider his options. While he really wants to cash out, his friends and family are far more excited about the alternative. After mulling it over for a bit, they eventually convince him to answer the call to adventure, under one condition. Unwilling to leave so much money on the table, Chris wants some insurance. His World Series ticket is equivalent to a $10,000 price of admission, and he intends to sell off some of that equity. His father offers him $2,000 in cash for a 20% stake, but Chris is not exactly sold yet. Before going through with it, he needs a little more investment from a friend who was willing to take a gamble. His name is Dave Gamble. I swear I'm not making any of this up. It all sounds absurd, I know, but it's not as unusual as you may think. Another interesting quirk of probability is that eventually, strange coincidences are bound to happen. On very rare occasions, order emerges from chaos, and one spring day in 2003, a man named Moneymaker and a man named Gamble walked into a casino. Do you think they were feeling lucky? You don't have to gamble to take home more money. When it comes to personal finance, you can finally get an edge with today's sponsor, Rocket Money. If I had to bet on anything, I'd say there's a pretty good chance most of you are wasting money on old and unwanted subscriptions. Dealing with these things is enough to put anyone on tilt, so skip the hassle with the Rocket Money app. Just log in and cancel any recurring charges in a couple of taps. You don't need to be an accountant to get your budget in order. Rocket Money helps you meet your financial goals with automated spending limits and savings plans. They will even negotiate bills for you on your behalf. At last, you can become the moneymaker you were always meant to be. Rocket Money is all in on your financial future, so stop folding to wasteful expenses. Don't flush away your fortunes any longer and head straight to the link in the description below. Visit rocketmoney.com/amplemon to get started for free. And before long, you can finally save enough for that trip to Vegas. A poker tournament will inevitably guide the player to one of 2 outcomes. You either end up with no chips or all of the chips. The 2003 main event featured a record-setting field of 839 competitors, each beginning with a chip stack of 10,000. In the next 5 days, there will be just one player left standing, holding on to the entire supply of 8.39 million. The reward for this monumental task is a payday of $2.5 million. So, if you want to become the champion, you gotta start taking people's chips. A job that's easier said than done. In poker, you lose chips just by sitting at the table. The system of blinds and antes puts each player on a timer. If you just sit around waiting, your stack will gradually bleed out into nothing. The only way to increase your chip count is to start winning hands, which cannot be done without putting your own chips at risk. Eventually, the design of the game forces you into making aggressive decisions in order to make progress. The only problem is that it's hard to be aggressive when you're going face to face with the best in the world. Unlike other prestigious competitions, the WSOP main event is peculiar in being open to the public. It doesn't matter if you just learned how to play on the cab ride over. As long as you pay the price of admission, you have a seat at the table with the masters of the game. It's the equivalent of driving your car onto the grid of the Indy 500. But make no mistake about it, poker's elite are more than happy to welcome a bunch of amateurs to the party. To them, it's like letting in more minnows to the Shark Tank. As Chris Moneymaker arrived at his table on day 1 of competition, he's certainly feeling like fresh meat. His goal at this point is to simply survive until day 2. Just an hour into the game, he's already encountered his first roadblock, a player by the name of Jim Worth, better known by his screen name Crazy Canuck. Chris immediately recognizes him as a powerful foe from his online games. It's not long before the Crazy Canuck sees Chris as an easy target. He starts playing Chris more aggressively and taking his chips. Eventually, Chris realizes that he won't survive for long as the weak link, so he starts fighting back. After flexing some muscle with a few big bets, he gets his rival to back off, taking some pots in the process. By the end of the afternoon, he's actually up a few thousand chips and feeling pretty good about himself. Players are busting out of the tournament already and he's sitting on a decent cushion. After studying the other players at the table, he likes his chances. He's got everyone else mostly figured out, except for one fellow, an older gentleman in a green polo. Chris doesn't recognize him until he looks over at the side of the venue and sees his picture on the wall. All this time, Chris had been playing alongside the 1995 champion Dan Harrington, and he didn't even know it. The realization was a stark reminder that he was still very much out of his depth, and that in this tournament, threats are lurking around every corner. But after this moment, something interesting happens. Chris gets moved to a different table and starts running hot. He picks up several strong hands, makes a few good calls, and all of a sudden finds himself behind a stack of 60,000 chips. In fact, he wraps up day 1 in 11th place overall. He's in such good shape that he can actually sleep well that night. Unfortunately, he ends up sleeping a little too well. The next morning, Chris wakes up to a horrifying sight. He has overslept the beginning of day 2. While frantically rushing to the casino floor, he assumes that he's just been disqualified, throwing away the single biggest opportunity of his life. When he gets down to the tables, people wonder what he's so worked up about. He then notices his stack of chips waiting for him at an open seat. Turns out all that panic was just another rookie mistake. Chris eventually settles back into the game and seems to pick back up where he left off. He's able to capitalize off his chip advantage and bully some weaker players off their hands, even knocking some opponents out of the tournament. After several hours, he's built his stack up to 180,000. However, this surge of momentum changes course when 2 new players arrive at the table. One of them is Phil Ivey, who is regarded today as possibly the greatest poker player in history. The other is Johnny Chan, who at this time is poker's biggest celebrity. The 2-time main event champion was iconic enough to show up in Hollywood movies, and was one of the only players that Chris immediately recognized. Just as soon as they appear, they start cleaning him out. No matter what he tries, Chris is simply no match for the pros. They're just too intimidating and too aggressive for him to get any sort of edge. By the end of the day, Ivy and Chan have drained his stack down to just over 100,000. The setback knocks him down to 26th place in the standings. Although he's losing ground on the leaders, Chris is still holding his own. By the end of day 2, there are just over 100 players left in the tournament. If he can hang on for one more day, then he's actually on pace to finish in the money. But surviving at this stage in the tournament is easier said than done. By now, the cream has risen to the top, and the pool of unskilled opponents has dried up. No matter where he lands tomorrow, he's going to be swimming with the sharks. Day 3 of the tournament begins with another complication for Chris. He manages to wake up on time, but now he's having trouble finding his table. After searching for a while, he has to stop and ask one of the organizers, who points all the way down to the end of the venue, past a crowd of spectators and into the center of a bunch of lights and cameras. Chris had been assigned to the TV table.
One more man I have to mention before we get underway at our featured table. His name is Chris Moneymaker.
As if the situation couldn't get any more nerve-wracking, his seat is sandwiched between a murderer's row of poker pros. Joining him at the table are Paul Darden, Howard Lederer, and a familiar foe in Johnny Chan. When the action begins, Chris is too afraid to play a hand. He's almost mesmerized watching the clash of poker titans in front of him. He remarks at how effortlessly they toss their chips into the pot, as if the huge amounts of money they're throwing around are of no concern to them. These are the true high rollers of the game, playing next to an average Joe who's never taken home more than 40 grand in a year. Chris figures that he might as well use this opportunity to study the masters. He tries to get in their head and understand how they think. After several hands of staring down the pros, he notices a couple of them are staring back. He imagines it's some kind of mind game, a spontaneous test of will to see if he's truly worthy of being in their presence. This sublime moment is eventually broken when Johnny Chan speaks up to remind Chris that it's his turn. When he realizes what happened, he just about turns red. Chris got so caught up in his own head that he forgot to fold his cards. His most humiliating blunder of the tournament, and it was all caught on camera. He had just exposed himself as the biggest fish at the table. His only saving grace is that the broadcast is on tape delay, and that the debacle may not end up airing. Johnny Chan tries to reassure him that a gaffe like that will never see the light of day. Unless, of course, he wins. At this moment, something changed within Chris Moneymaker. While many others would have crumbled under the embarrassment, Chris ended up responding to the situation in an unexpected way. He feels oddly relaxed, like he has nothing left to fear. He starts to realize that his lack of experience offers him a unique advantage. He may be a no-name player, but that also makes him an X-factor. After spending the whole tournament in their shadow, he begins to turn the tables on the pros. A few hands later, Chris goes head-to-head with Howard Lederer. He gets dealt a pair of aces, the strongest opening hand in the game, and recognizes that now is the time to strike. After a few rounds of betting, Moneymaker shoves all in. Lederer has him covered in chips, meaning that if Chris loses, he's out of the tournament. Lederer thinks for a while and ultimately decides to fold, allowing Chris to collect a nice pot. It started to look like the momentum was back on Chris's side, a trend that became apparent after his showdown with Johnny Chan. Ever since the stare-down, Chan had been struggling, and his situation was starting to get desperate. Just before the dinner break, Moneymaker gets dealt an ace-8 of hearts, and decides he wants to tangle with the master. By now, the other players have exited the table, leaving only the challenger and the champion. The flop comes with 2 hearts and an ace, putting Moneymaker in great shape. After Chan raises him, he decides to shove all in. Chan makes the call, putting his tournament life at risk. He turns over the King-5 of hearts. Moneymaker jumps out of his seat. He has Chan dominated, with 87% odds to win the hand. Just one other card is all it takes to seal the deal. Chris Moneymaker had just busted the most famous player in the tournament.
I sat with the best in the world, and I won.
All of a sudden, this unsuspecting accountant from Tennessee had stumbled into the script of a Hollywood movie. Through all the commotion, he secured a spot in the top 45, good enough for a payout of at least $25,000. However, for the first time in the tournament, Chris starts to set his sights on something greater. By the end of day 3, he's sitting on 357,000 chips, good enough for 6th place overall. If he can maintain his position for one more day of action, he's on pace to make the final table, where the prize money gets truly life-changing. By day 4 of the main event, the demeanor of the room is noticeably different. The pleasantries of small talk and friendly banter have been replaced with an air of tension and unease. At this point, the players can no longer ignore what's at stake. From here on out, there's no more friends, no more patience, and no more room for error. In the next 48 hours, a champion will be crowned, and everyone has their eyes on the prize. After knocking out Johnny Chan, Chris Moneymaker is now on everybody's radar, and the pros are eager to prove that his hot streak is nothing more than a lucky break. His first challenge comes from Umberto Brenes, otherwise known as the Shark. After a couple of big bets, Brenes lures Chris into shoving all
Pulp Fiction opened the New York Film Festival in September. It stars John Travolta, Samuel Jackson, Uma Thurman, Bruce Willis, and Harvey Keitel. And we are pleased to have the director right here, Quentin Tarantino. Thank you for coming.
Is Quentin Tarantino, who has directed only 2 films, a one-man new wave, or just the flavor of the month?
It's a cult, really.
Tarantino!
around Quentin, and it's happened so quickly.
Right now, things are absolutely fantastic, but I intend to have like hopefully a 30-year career. The real test of time isn't the Friday that it opens. It's how the film is thought of 30 years from now.
Amsterdam, 1992. Quentin Tarantino seeks inspiration for his second film.
All right, well, you can walk into a movie theater in Amsterdam and buy a beer.
So you went to write Pulp Fiction, you went to Amsterdam?
Yeah, I started there, yeah.
When you're alone and life is making...
So what kind of research were you doing in Amsterdam?
Well, it wasn't so much
downtown,
It's hard to describe how broke I was through all of my 20s. I've always wanted to go to Europe, and now I'm going to go. But I'm going to go for a while.
just listen to the...
And so that's where I just started writing. So they had no connection about Amsterdam and writing. It was just a place to live and have this really wonderful experience. But everything that's ever going on with me at whatever I'm writing will find its way into the material.
Marcella said you just got back from Amsterdam.
Sure did.
In the case of Pulp Fiction, the starting off point was the idea of doing a crime film anthology.
I was going to do 3 crime stories.
But have the same group of characters floating in and out.
But the real inspiration for Pulp Fiction came many years earlier.
Do you believe in ghosts?
Mario Bava became one of the first directors that I got to know by name because I saw Black Sabbath on late night television.
This is Black Sabbath.
When I saw Pulp Fiction with a little boy just watching the TV, kind of being alone in this big room and the TV being his friend, and to me that's Quentin.
It's hard to go back to the very, 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 very beginning because I always remember loving movies.
My mom was really, really young, and my parents were really young, so movies were about the only thing that they could afford to do. Actually, my parents said, well, he's going to be a director someday and everything. I didn't know what that was. I wanted to be an actor because when you're a little kid and you want to be involved in movies, so you say, well, I want to do what they do.
Oh, man. I give the watch to you.
With his newly discovered purpose, Quentin set his priorities straight.
Yeah, I quit school when I was 15 or 16. I always wanted to be an actor that time.
I had kind of this like weird tunnel vision. Once I got into it, I didn't have room for anything else. And I was horrible in school and couldn't do anything in school. But I'd go see a movie and I knew every actor in it. I knew the name of the director. I knew the name of the producer and the writer. And I just started getting an encyclopedic knowledge about that stuff. At age 16, I got a job as a usher at the Pussycat Theater, which was a cinema. I mean, full-on, triple X. And then I kind of just went through like a bunch of little phone sales job and this little stupid job here and that little stupid job there until eventually, like around age 22, I got a job at a place called Video Archives. Hi, I'm Quentin Tarantino, and this is Video Archives. It really was a movie lover's heaven. It was really terrific. I was a customer there, and I really liked it. And eventually he asked me if I wanted a job. You know, some people think, oh, so that's where you learned your knowledge about movies. You know, I was already a movie expert. That's how I got hired at Video Archives.
I always got a kick out of talking to Quentin because he was so opinionated about everything under the sun.
The video store was sort of like my college. It was a great time. We were always watching movies, and the store was completely like it was like a clubhouse. You know, we're making minimum wage, all right? So, you know, we almost, in order to survive, you had to work like, you know, double shifts, like 3 every week, you know, from opening to close, just to make enough money to live. But we were having a great time. But it was just eventually at a certain point I realized I didn't just want to be in movies. I wanted to make movies. I came to the realization that I am a filmmaker, and I act pretty good. But what I really want to do is make movies.
There are countless hobbies one can do alone. You could tend a garden, bake brownies, or pick up birdwatching. Robbing a bank is not one of those hobbies. Luckily, it doesn't have to be this way. Dodford here just needed a different one-man operation. With Shopify, you can start, grow, and manage your business and have done with it.
Because you have to understand, Quentin was so broke, really broke, just not a cent to his name.
By 91, Quentin had tried and failed to get several film scripts off the ground. But when all looked hopeless,
And by this time, it looked like True Romance was gonna sell. So it looked like I was gonna have like $30,000. And so I decided, well, I'm gonna write a film to do for $30,000. Shoot it in 12 days, $30,000, 60 millimeter, black and white, you know, starring some friends, and I will have a movie made and finished.
and Quentin wouldn't sell this one. Reservoir Dogs was his. But he'd need some help.
By this time, I had met Lawrence, and Lawrence was a real godsend.
Vincent.
I came over to his place and I read the script. Obviously, I flipped over it. It was an extraordinary piece of writing.
Vincent, we happy? Yeah, we happy.
Lawrence was an actor too. And his teacher's wife goes to the actor studio with Harvey Keitel. So he got the script to his teacher. His teacher read it, liked it, gave it to his wife. She read it, she liked it, she put it in Harvey's hands.
And then the next thing we knew, Harvey called us up on the phone.
I contacted Lawrence Bender and Quentin. We had many conversations. I told them I was committed to making the movie.
He loved it. Not only did he want to do it, he wanted to help us get it made.
Having a decent script was one thing, but to turn words into scenes, that needed cash.
Oh, when we started casting, we didn't have any money.
A $5 shake.
Did you just order a $5 shake?
And Harvey was like involved in the casting process and everything. And what he did was he said, look, we should go to New York. You know, well, Harvey was really good, but we can't afford to go. We didn't have any money. I was like, you know, broke, and the producer was broke. Well, I just can't stand this anymore. We're gonna have to go to New York. If I have to pay for it, I'll pay for it. And we're gonna have, you know, a weekend of New York casting. And he paid all that out of his own pocket. Just because he thought, you know, the film needed it.
God damn, it's a pretty fucking good milkshake.
All of a sudden, we weren't just a couple of kids anymore with a film, with a script like everyone else had. We actually had Harvey Keitel.
I made the assumption that whoever could have written this must be an intelligent, articulate person. So if he wrote this, you'd have to give him the shot to direct it.
You have any moment of doubt that you could deliver, that you were ready to deliver.
I think you always do have, like, as far as like when, okay, you've got the job.
Yeah,
Oh, now I got to do it.
You know.
Now, who will be our first contestants?
Right here.
Quentin shot listed the picture from beginning to end before we got into real full pre-production. Then we cast the movie. And he was really nervous right before casting. But after the first person coming in the room, he realized there was nothing to be nervous about.
Drinks, music.
Quentin was beginning to trust his instincts. Enough to make a decision that would raise some eyebrows.
Why Travolta?
Well, I've always thought that John Travolta is one of the greatest movie stars. John Travolta was so huge when he came out. Brian De Palma's Blowout, I think it's one of the greatest movies ever made. John Travolta, by the way, gets one of the best performances of all time in this movie. Love you so much, can't count on the. We did a piece about him in the Los Angeles Times. He's not your kind. About whatever happened to John Travolta, kind of what's happened to him now. But they interviewed Pauline Kael, and they asked her, do you think John can ever come back? And she goes, he has to. Movies need him.
91. Quentin had a script, cast, and a budget. Now he had to put them all together.
You're Mr. Pink, and we're going to be...
He had, I forget how many men are in the movie now, 6 or 8 or something.
Here are your names. Mr. Brown, Mr. White.
That's the tricky part about doing like an ensemble piece like this, because you put together 6 actors.
Mr. Blonde.
And he had these 6 or 8 different styles of acting and different personalities.
One guy needs a lot of rehearsal, another guy doesn't like any rehearsal at all.
Mr. Blue, Mr. Orange, Mr. Pink.
Quentin won their confidence and their trust from day one.
Deal with each of them as individuals. Some directors will like, this is my way of working with actors, and boom, and everyone has to adjust to him.
My way or the highway.
And I think that's just ego.
Reservoir Dogs just turned up in the catalog of the Sundance Film Festival.
And so from Sundance, Miramax picked up the movie, and the heat really spread. And
There is a new filmmaker, it said, who has exploded and who has a signature that is distinctly his own.
I'm sitting at home and I'm imagining I'm, you know, the husband of some young couple, and we're just sitting there and thinking, well, what do you want to see tonight, honey? You want to see
It happened
Forrest?
one night.
You want to see Forrest Gump? You want to see, well, what's that? Well, that's the movie where Tom Hanks plays the retarded guy, and you know, meet John F. Kennedy. Or oh, okay, well, what else? Well, you want to see Clear and Present Danger? Well, what's that? Well, that's the new Harrison Ford movie. Or you want to see Reservoir Dogs? What's that? Well, that's the movie where the guy gets his ear cut off. You know.
The film got a lot of remarks because of the violence in it.
Right.
All right.
And there were quite a few walkouts at the predictable ear scene. And all the walkouts were women, and so it was obvious that this is a film that would have its die-hard adherents, as well as people who just couldn't take it.
Hey, what's going on? Reservoir Dogs, the ear cutting off scene. People went on about how shocking it was. I mean, I thought it was brilliantly done because you don't see anything. And that's what was so good about it. And yet people describe it as if they saw it. They thought it was gratuitous.
And in a way, they were kind of like I always kind of took it as a big compliment because I know the film isn't that violent. All right, it's
So
like,
why is it a compliment?
because I did it well. I mean, like the scenes I got.
In other words, they thought it was more violent than it was.
Like I thought it was far more violent than it was.
Now stop pointing that fucking gun at my dad!
Isn't it a bit of an albatross having such a big hit on your hands so soon?
No, I don't think it's an albatross around my neck at all, having a successful first film. You want to have a successful film.
As good for you as it was for me.
People talk about the sophomore jinx. People talk about, how are you ever going to follow this stuff in movies? Well, I don't even think about that at all right? Because one, I know what the next movie I'm going to do is.
Reservoir Dogs was Tarantino's directorial debut.
What the fuck was I talking about?
But it wasn't really his first attempt.
It's around 22, 23. I decided, well, you know what? I'm going to make a film.
Yeah, I'm ready.
First day on the job, you were great.
So I started making this movie.
What were we talking about?
You're as cold as ice!
And it was a film called My Best Friend's Birthday. It was a comedy. Except it's for my best friend, Mickey. Yeah, it's his birthday.
And I proceeded to work on that movie for about 3 years. Basically financing it completely myself from a minimum wage job.
I mean, I couldn't believe it.
I would get $200 or so, and then we'd go off and shoot for the weekend. And then we'd run out of money, and then I would go back to work again, and then eventually I would just keep piecing it together.
And I thought we were making something really special. Going okay. Come see.
Guess what? What? I did not have at all what I thought I had.
Fuck's happening now? Oh, man!
Oh man, I shot Marvin in the face.
Why the fuck you do that?
How was it different?
It was amateurish.
Yeah.
You look like shit. Funny, I feel like diarrhea.
It was real, and not in a charming way either. And,
It had no charm.
No charm at all.
Probably he went over a bump or something.
Hey, the car ain't hit no motherfucking bump.
I am in hell!
Oh my God, this was just all for nothing. And I'm kind of going to be a laughing stock. I got nothing to show for all this work.
I felt depressed for no reason whatsoever. Just this dark cloud hanging over my head.
It's shit like this that's gonna bring this situation to a head, man.
Your ass is wrapped on.
However, the stuff I did in the first, say, year and a half or 2 years, well, that was the really student filmy amateur stuff.
You won't fuck my shit up. You're fucking my shit up right now.
Oh, man. I will never forgive your ass for this shit. This is some fucked up, repugnant shit.
Who are you?
But the stuff I had done in the last year,
He is really strong.
that wasn't bad. It was pretty good.
Really mean.
There was a genuine, definite progression.
Really jealous.
But the thing is, though, it was like this was going to be the thing that set me up, all right? And I'd worked 3 years on it, and I was able to look at it in a realistic way after being horribly depressed for a little bit, but only a short little bit.
And wait for the wolf. You sending the wolf?
Yeah, but I have a foot fetish, so it kind of evened itself out.
How much the wolf? Solve problems.
This was my film school, all right? And this was the best film school a person could possibly have.
So pretty please, with sugar on top. Clean the fucking car.
I actually, instead of going to school and paying a ton of money to be allowed to use some of their crappy equipment, all right, I actually went out and actually tried to make a feature film.
I can't believe this is the same car.
Well, let's not start sucking each other's dicks quite yet.
My Best Friend's Birthday was the education Quentin needed for his first directorial success. But now, he faced the dreaded sophomore curse.
Hold it right there, goddammit.
When you look at like a filmmaker who's done 10 or 15 films and like, you know, wow, this work here is really exciting, and then at some point, it stopped being exciting. Either it was like the same old thing, or else they became hacks, or they just became, you know. Now, where did that happen? I can't tell you how many times I've seen a guy's first film and thought it was terrific and ran to the theater to see his second film and said, what the hell was that? This is what's going to happen. They've overpraised my first film. They're going to undervalue my second film. They're going to I don't think it's going to be rubbish. I think it's going to be a good film, but it's going to get less recognition.
It's tough to imagine now, but Pulp Fiction wasn't seen as a moneymaker. The studio thought this, and so did Quentin.
You know, people ask me from time to time, do you make a movie with an audience in mind?
Yeah.
And my answer is, yes, I do. All right, but the audience I have in mind isn't some faceless blobs that I'm trying to second guess. Right. It's me.
It's not like a focus group.
Yeah, it's me. I'm the audience.
Through all eternity.
The Palme d'Or goes to Pulp Fiction.
This is my song.
I was betting, and I was a little surprised at how many there were. I was betting that there are other people like me out there.
The Conwin, that's a big shield. And they're throwing bricks at me on general principle because my films are violent or this or that and the other. You're misunderstanding me. I'm not just about that. I'm about other things too.
Everywhere you go, people are talking about the upcoming film.
Pulp Fiction, a close-up look at the incredible movie-making mind of
Quentin Tarantino!
Pulp Fiction, a surprise $200 million smash hit worldwide that earned 7 Oscar nominations and worldwide acclaim for its 32-year-old director, Quentin Tarantino.
You think we're obsessed with Tarantino and Pulp Fiction? This is just the tip of the iceberg. The information superhighway is just buzzing with worldwide discussions about every frame of this movie. Here are a couple of sample screens from the internet, the World Wide Web, where there are dozens of Tarantino areas. Thousands of messages about Pulp Fiction have been sent and received for months now from all over the world, and reflecting the conviction of some people that Pulp Fiction has an underlying spiritual message, the internet even has an online Church of Tarantino.
Pulp Fiction elevated Tarantino to a new level, but there were still questions on his longevity.
I think what's going to be interesting is whether he can develop beyond writing about movies and start writing about all of this stuff out here.
Where do you go now? I mean, do you have any sense of you've made the film and people are describing you as the hottest film director in America?
We all keep talking about this, I mean, friends and all. We keep talking, what's Quentin going to do next?
We may be asking, is there a danger here of too much too soon?
He's got to mature. He's got to stop being this cinema freak kid who is so clever and so wild, because it's the most dangerous thing that can happen to you, is to be successful within that system, because they want more of the same, and you can live in this totally fantasized world.
In the case of Quentin Tarantino, my diagnosis would be, Quentin, you are overextended.
She comes home from work in about an hour and a half. You can't bring him in the back because she's going to divorce me.
Right.
And so the doctor's prescription, you should slow down and take care of business.
That was you acting in the film as well. You have a nice role. Did you sleep with the director?
Yeah, well, yes, I gave him a job.
In your case, business should mean writing and directing movies, not becoming a character actor and a talk show personality.
No, I've always had kind of a game plan and everything.
Yeah.
But it's like, right now, I don't know what it is I want to do now. I don't have a story that I'm burning to tell. And also, making a movie is really hard. I mean, when I was like a film geek and everything, I'd look at like Fassbinder's career and go, now that's a career to have. Like, 30 films in 10 years, the way to go. Then I made a film and go, you know what? Life's a little too short to do that. You know, it's like climbing a mountain. I don't want to climb another mountain right after I get through with Everest. I want to like rest a little bit and then get up again.
Only 2 films in, Tarantino knew filmmaking is an endurance game, because he gives everything to his scripts.
Taking genre characters and genre situations, have them sound like real people.
Man, I just been sitting here thinking.
About what?
About the miracle we witnessed.
Miracle you witnessed. I witnessed a freak occurrence.
Look, dialogue is the easiest thing in the world for me. And because it comes so easy, I almost feel like it's not really mine, almost.
What is a miracle, Vincent?
Act of God.
Like, like if there is such a thing as a God's gift or anything, you should have this little voice inside of you saying, tell the truth. That's one of the gifts he gave me.
When God makes the impossible possible.
Tell the truth, tell the truth. All right? Reveal a few secrets.
And the truth is your life experience.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do like the idea of a 10-film filmography. Especially a filmography where I've spent the last 30 years giving everything in the world that I have to it.
You really thinking about quitting?
Nothing to do.
The life?
Yeah.
But just walk around.
Most definitely. Fuck.
Walk around heaven. Oh.
And then dropping the mic.
What's she gonna do then?
And saying, okay, that's it.
Basically, I'm just gonna walk the earth.
You say that you will do 10 films.
When I get to
Are you still willing to do 10 or you have more Tarantino for the world to give?
What you mean walk the earth?
You know, like Kane in Kung Fu. Walk from place to place, meet people, get in adventures.
I think it's still going to be 10. I mean, look, it could be 11.
There is an umbilical cord link from the 10th film to Reservoir Dogs.
It's about leaving a thoughtfully composed filmography.
And how long do you intend to walk the earth?
Till God puts me where he wants me to be.
There is this artistic intention that carried from the beginning all the way through the end.
And what if you don't do that?
If it takes forever, then I'll walk forever.
together and walk around.
And so now I like the idea of being more of a writer, and just me and my pen and a piece of paper and just kind of dealing that way.
Rarely in our years on the movie beat has a new director become as hot, as fast as Quentin Tarantino.
One thing that I've done that I'm like the proudest of is the fact that people talk about, wow, you've had such success and it's just been so overnight and whatever. Whatever success I've got has come after like 8 years of just nothing working out.
He represents a moment in time. He's been called the first director who's a rock and roll star.
Pulp Fiction was the movie of the 90s, but it's so much more than that. It changed filmmaking forever.
In what way you see Pulp Fiction as changing the nature of your career?
Okay, I'll just say, I mean, it changed cinema?
Symbolized to me like the world has changed.
I mean, it changed every filmmaker I've ever met since.
And I remember thinking like, wow, like the world is different. Like sometimes you'll see a work of art, a something, and you'll say, that thing just changed everything.
Are you still retiring?
Sure am.
So it all worked out in the finish.
We're not at the finish yet, baby.
I'm not gonna get hurt. You don't need proof when you have instinct. I believe every fucking word because you're super cool.
What happened here was a miracle, and I want you to fucking acknowledge it.
I always feel like I'm starting over.
Everything's the same except one little different.
Silly Caucasian girl likes to play with samurai sword.
You know what happens to motherfuckers carrying knives? They get shot.
What's up, you rich? I think this just might be my Mexican.
You have my curiosity.
I like the way you bag, boy.
I like the way you die, boy. Now you have my attention.
No one said the job's supposed to be easy. No one said it's supposed to be that hard, neither.
It's official, old buddy. Who has been? You're Rick fucking Dalton. Don't you forget it.
The real test of time isn't the Friday that it opens. It's how the film is thought of 30 years from now.
go grab a drink really quick before a queue pops.
We found a game. You're gonna be late. Oh God, he's gonna be late.
I'm back. Whew. Never late.
He started queuing 1 second after his raid ended.
Yeah, I did.
Nice. Did you see his race? Can you check?
He is human. Oh,
Okay.
perfect. Look at that.
I already coached Dandy, Wilgert, for like 3 hours almost.
All right.
Alright. Can you ping where you're gonna expand?
I'm gonna expand here. I'd imagine.
Really?
Or should I go here because it's farther from him?
It's easier too. Easier camp.
Okay, so we go north.
You don't know the map very well yet, right? You just chose based on
No,
location. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I just chose the first goal. I just didn't notice that other one.
This map is in the pool, so yeah, we'll go for the other one.
What do I do next? I save up. I'm a ghoul spammer now.
Yep. Just gonna chill here, not gonna stress you too much. Just watching with a friend over your shoulder.
You're good. All right. And then I guess I creep Hizerp into fucking Hizerp probably.
After
Compete
Expo?
for that shit. Oh, I Expo. Fuck, you're right. I go north.
Yep.
Oh, I also messed up already. My ziggurat was
it's on time.
Fucked up.
It's on time.
Is it? I think I'm gonna have a little bit of delay on my ghouls now.
I think you're alright. You are right that because you queued
fine,
up a second ghoul, you could momentarily not make it.
Yeah. Yep.
Make sure your
Nah, I saved up for the
necropolis
rod.
is rallied on your gold mine so that it can be the replacement acolyte. Because we're gonna pull one from
What do you
gold as we go.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
Cool. Alright, let's pull 3 ghouls.
Crap.
Make sure they drop their lumber. It's important for this one.
Oh, crap.
Okay, pull acolyte. Moment cigarette finishes.
Here, we're going to it.
Acolyte ghoul. Perfect. Nice. Kill the top one first with mana. It's a healer.
This one?
Yeah. And drop the skull fast. It will do regen. Careful, he's gonna focus the ghoul. You gotta use the ghoul and attack yourself. They will keep attacking him.
Didn't do it.
It's fine. He has slow. It's a special mechanic. It's fine. Oh, well, nice save. Nice save. Okay. Make ziggurat. And let's start summoning.
I need lumber.
Sorry, I mean summoning your summons.
Oh, right. Spaced out.
It's all summoning in Undead.
Yo!
Good.
Okay.
Can summon more beetles
And now
as
I go
you leave.
creep here.
You could have summoned more beetles before you leave. Always use the corpses. Perfect. And you can creep this. Perfect. Now, all you need to do is rally your necropolis on top of your gold mine. And also, the acolyte that's currently idle, make sure he clicks on the gold mine. Then he will start mining. There we go.
I see.
Let's do ghoul shuffle. And bring more new ghouls. We will go to his expansion now, blindly. Bring more.
Okay, so that'd be here?
Yeah. Bring more.
Bring more?
Okay.
Okay.
And you've got some summons there. Nice. Add them to the group too. Good. Nice. Nice and fast. Do you have enough acolytes on your gold mine? Oh, there he is. Good. Fuck him up. Summon, summon. Beetle, skeleton. Keep making ghouls. And do you have enough acolytes on your gold mine? Take a quick look. It's worth it. 2 more.
3 out of 5. I think I have more coming. 1, 2. I think one more.
Nice. Nice checking.
This guy's level 3. Gosh dang.
Yep. But he has no mana for an Ellie, so it's almost like it doesn't matter.
It doesn't. Also, my expansion is done and succeeding. His is fucked.
Yep.
So he's fucked.
It's good. You still need to make Nerubian in your expansion to keep it safe. Ice Tower, yes. You surrounded him. It was cool. Level 2 beetles. Skeletons.
Damn, he's
nice.
bringing in peasants for this. He wants that. He's gonna forfeit, isn't he?
You can bring all your ghouls now and fuck him up. Bring every
Bringing
single
all the
ghoul.
ghouls. Okay.
They can be in the new control group too. And then you just do other stuff, right? Like you still gonna go make graveyard. Ice Tower in your main, just in case. Just good to nurture the habit. Can summon more beetle. Now you just go to his main.
Oh, to his main. Okay.
Might
Fuck
as
him.
well. You got lots of new ghouls coming in, right? Send everything into his main. And more ziggurats. How many?
2, because I have 2 expansions. I'll put one here and I'll put one back over here, right?
Perfect. Do we maybe want Necropolis?
I already teched. Oh, a Necropolis here, you're right.
Okay, just don't commit your Crypt Lord into his wall. Because no TP, remember?
Oh, you're right.
Everything else can go in, but not the Crypt Lord. And try to save as many ghouls as you can. I know you have a lot, and there's always more, but if you can save them, it's a plus. This is where reliance on control group goes down. So you don't have to worry about removing them from group. First, just send them home if they're low.
I feel like I should go home here.
Yeah, sure. What strat do you want to try? You can go almost any unit.
I mean, fucking A-bombs. Shit on human, I feel like.
Okay.
Also like fiends. Fiends and A-bombs are always fun.
Okay.
What the fuck else do I need to make here?
So this is a situation where I would take your current group 1, send it on trees, and then make a new group with only Crypt Lord.
What do you mean?
Like, yeah. We'll try again after. Yeah, just creep.
A little bit of upgrades here, and I have so much money. This is disgusting.
It's nice, right?
I am so fucking loaded.
Undead's always the poor one when you play DK Lich, like Lich King Lich on one base.
Yeah, I feel broke as fuck. Now I feel like I can buy his entire base. Kind of can. Fuck it, Tech 3. Like, fuck it.
Nice.
Let's get his double slaughterhouse here. Let's go. Oh, awkwardness.
I think you're overthinking the position for them, which makes it take 8 seconds when you actually have the speed to do it in 1.
Do I?
You could just be like, bam, ta-ta, double slaughterhouse, anywhere, doesn't matter where. And then it only takes you 1. It's better than thinking how tight they should be, in my opinion.
What if I get a 3rd expansion?
Yeah, fuck it,
Or should I go attack?
Yeah, let's take it. Now that you've said it, you have to.
All right. Okay, I'm going to do it. Unfortunately, I'm teching to tier 3, so I can't make acolytes.
Ooh, can't we, though?
Oh my god, you're right, I can. Ah, titties. Uh-oh.
Ooh. Let's leave.
Yeah.
You gotta block the bolt with Invul if it's in mid-air. Nice. Okay. You are still making acolytes, but it's fine. Let's focus on making units.
10 wins in a row as Orc, beating even Sniper Pella.
Fuck.
Good cancel. Maybe some statues. Good. You are
fiends.
Even though you sold TP, you are allowed to rebuy it again now. The selling TP was for momentum. You already have the money.
Yeah.
And you can also make beetles and send them to his expansion. That's always a nice play with Crypt Lords because they are permanent. You can summon them from the graveyard. Summon beetles.
You're right, I should. Okay. Oh.
Okay. Tier 3 is finished. Let's use it.
Fuck, I'm bad.
It's okay. You can just hide behind your Black Citadel. You need to hide behind Black Citadel or you could suffer more losses. And remember, send Beetle to his expo. We want to know if he has one or not. Nice. Okay.
Okay.
Good. Right, you can take a breather and think.
I definitely want to get this. Let's go here. Let's cancel that. Fucking bang to the bang. Let's get some upgrades. I'm broke.
That was great.
I do not. I need my lich. Oh, let's go ahead and. I feel like I fuck him up here, to be honest with you. I just need some mana.
Hell yeah. Oh, nice.
Comboed. Suck it.
Great. Nice micro. Nice fart cloud.
Oh, I'm bad. I messed that up. I actually brought him back in.
You just went in for another disease cloud refresh.
Yeah, we'll go with that. He does not have an expo, but maybe I check here in case.
Great. Great to check that.
So
let's fix your groups.
I don't know if he maybe gave up with the other one.
Fix your groups. Fix your macro while you're walking.
We're all chilling. Everything's good. Get some A-bombs. He has not done shit. I need to buy that tier 3 orb. I need to get web too.
Good call. If you were going to lose to something, it could be like lack of web. You want to coil? Nice. What did you pick?
I got beetles.
Nice. Both is okay.
I'm going to go...
You could also definitely impale level 3. Because the beetle power spike at level 2 beetles, really good. But at this point, it becomes more and more about PvP and big armies already. So you could technically go impale level 3.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Both
it's like there's more value because the more AoE.
Yeah. When armies are getting that big, impale gets great.
Okay, so there's nothing going on here. All right. Yo!
So now, usually at this time, you're pretty empty on inventory. You would like to get like TP, heal scroll, invulnerability potion. Nice double ziggurat. You're doing this without town portal is a little riskier.
I should get. I need to use the shop more. Like I should have bought the tier 3 item. Should have bought lots of things.
But you can buy town portal at the neutral shop as well. It's in the middle of the map, marked with an S. Looks
what?
Looks
really?
like. Yeah. Do you see the S in the exact middle of the map?
That one.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta game this guy really quick.
It looks like Senjin Village.
I do have a town portal, by the way.
Oh yeah, that's true. It's on your Death Knight. Nice.
I fucked up.
Did you?
I don't know. I don't think. I mean, he still just gets owned. He's dead here. Yo! Little Nova here.
Nice. It's good. Can you click?
That's game, right?
Can you click a fiend? I want to see your upgrades.
A fiend.
A spider.
Hold on.
Click one spider. Oh yeah, pretty good. That's on me.
Oh, my Lich died. I wasn't paying attention. Oh.
That's on me.
Oh, no.
You're fine.
But I'm going to get level 6 soon. I should finish off the shop here, I feel like.
Good call. Nice. Rear view mirror. I think he's probably literally not mining.
Yeah, I don't think he is.
Yeah, he's not. If you rebuy Lich from middle, he has a Wand of Mana Steel. You can give that to Cryptlord. And then maybe you get an ult this game.
Ooh. Okay.
But you have to solo XP the Cryptlord. Quick, Wand of Mana Steel. You can steal from yourself too. Mana. Yes!
Got it.
Yes.
GG. Owned.
GG.
Oh.
Nice.
That's a fucking win.
Very nice.
So what does Cryptlord's ult do?
There's little bugs flying from out of Anubarak, and they fly and they deal damage to all kinds of targets around Cryptlord, ground and air. And then they return to the Cryptlord with a bit of blood and give him some life.
So AoE life drain.
AoE damage, AoE healing, yes, correct.
AoE life drain.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we love the hell out of that. That's nice. Let's queue again.
Okay.
Let's get another win. That guy got shit on. He was trying to early expand too.
Really cool that you
And it just
expanded
got completely owned.
and then stopped his.
Yeah, I felt like it was a good game right there and then.
Yeah, it was. From there, it's like, it's just throwable if you do like massive mistakes.
Well, I can pull that off.
Yeah.
So why is it W3 champions that people queue on and not just Warcraft 3?
When Reforged came out, January 28th, 2020, Blizzard released the game without a ranked.
You said that date like it was the date of 9/11 or something.
It's my 9/11.
Go
I
on.
mean, I'm not to be insensitive, but yes, it was a bad day.
All right, go on. Sorry.
Yeah. Well, it launched without a ladder. You could play matchmaking on BNet, but yeah, there was no ladder. So a lot of people were very depressed about it, like a lot of fans. I've had like long-time viewers that basically quit Warcraft and my stream forever since that day.
So it is like Omega deforged.
Yeah, Omega deforged, like Warcraft refunded, etc. Right? So then some people that still had love for the game and that really missed the competition that we used to have on ladder, like we, the streamers, the pros, etc. They made this server and they found a way to have us match via custom games, via a different network, right? Different servers. Like if you hover over the top left, you see the 3 Wi-Fi bars?
Yes.
Yeah. You see how many servers there are?
Yeah, it's a fuck ton.
This is all funded by the programmers that are maintaining W3 Champions and then counter-funded by supporters of their Patreon. Initially, they were just spending like 1,000 per month, like fan support money, to do something for us because they like to watch high-level Warcraft 3. And they added so many quality of life features that Blizzard never had. And eventually, when Blizzard came back last year and said, we want to broke what's fixed. Oh, sorry. That's ironic.
We want to broke what's fixed. Go on. Did they break it again?
That's what they did in 2020.
How dare you fucking fix our fuck-ups? We'll re-break it.
Well, they did too. But they also fixed a lot what was broken. That was a Freudian slip, but you'll forgive me the slip because, you know, this is what we're used to now. I remember when I was like, very recently, when I was 18 years old, I was so excited always when there was a new patch for Warcraft 3. And then actually very recently, when there's a new patch, I'm always afraid that something is going to get broken.
Yep. No, I don't blame you. It's pretty damn fucked. People probably hated me when Reforged came out because people were like, how do you feel about it? I said, I don't care that everyone hates it. It revived my custom game community. That's what I would say.
Yeah.
But I didn't play actual games, so.
Yeah.
But now I can see how I'd be fucked.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. So they made. What race are we against?
Am I doing undead? So do I go Crypt Lord or no?
Yeah.
Or Lich?
Yeah, just try. It works against undead too.
All right. Okay, same shit then. Got it.
Yeah. We'll expand again. Yeah, so they made the ladder. Eventually, Blizzard made their own ladder, but it is not as good. Even now, it's not as good as W3 Champions. It's much better than before, though. Props. You know, a lot of people find their joy on BNet. W3 Champions is just a little cleaner in how everything works.
But it's an extra step.
It is an extra step.
Queue.
Yeah. But did you see the impact of you and the others joining OnlyFans and joining the tournament and playing on W3 Champions?
No idea.
Player count has more than quadrupled on W3 Champions.
Jesus, it was that dead?
I mean, it was sustainable. They're very good at making a small scene sustainable with how the matchmaker works, but the one-on-one game count went up a lot. Okay, remember to
we're going to
kill that
this
sheep.
one?
Kill that sheep.
Kill this sheep.
Kill the sheep, and then make your first summon. Bring Acolyte, make new Acolyte, make Ghoul. Make new Acolyte, very important. Or you could throw. Yeah.
Yep.
And yes, this is the gold
Gold
we're
teat?
going for.
Easides. I want to be tanking with my Crypt Lord. Fuck.
Yeah, a little bit.
I should be increasing the back.
Yep.
And I need to put this down.
Good. Ziggurat. As fast as possible. The moment you poop Blight, Ziggurat.
Got it.
Okay, now you want to do an attack
that's
amount.
also why we get a blight.
Exactly. Now you want to do an attack amount with all your ghouls on your own Crypt Lord, because the Trapper is attacking you. Good. The other ghouls being attacked. All 3 ghouls at the same time attack your own Crypt Lord. Okay, just send them home. Send them all home. Good. Now you can expand.
Wait, I need to do this.
Did you take the item yet?
Grab the item.
Nice. Expand again. You had it in your group.
Oh,
and remember to always summon
who
more
else?
beetles. Summon more beetles. You can't leave corpses like this, Soda. You
You're
have
right.
to summon as much as you can. Nice.
And now let's go, I guess, here. Fuck it.
Anywhere. But make sure to put the Acolyte on top of the gold mine post-summon. Yeah, and make Nerubian Ice Tower on your Expo ASAP. And rally the... There we go. These are just the habits we need to do every time, right?
Yeah.
Now kill
I
ranged.
haven't... I guess I don't...
You're focusing tank over DPS, yeah. Okay, now bring new ghouls, the healthy ones.
I make... Okay.
Send 1 beetle to main. Send 1 beetle to Expo. Perfect. Yeah, you made a new group. That's perfect. And then remember to regroup the ghouls that are coming again. Oh, okay. No, see, that's the problem. You just need to make a new reset group. You just stopped all your scout beetles.
Oh, I did. You're right.
After your scout beetle, just reset and do a control 1 on your Crypt Lord group. You get what I'm saying?
Yes, I do. I mean, I know why I fuck it up.
Now
so
you
I
just
need
do a
to
control
wait
1.
till these ghouls get here?
No, you don't need to. You could just do control 1 and then shift 1 on all the ghouls. But yeah, anyway, let's tech up. Ice Tower in main, graveyard, ghoul production, etc.
Oh.
Yeah, let's go into
Okay, here's
gold
his
mine.
main.
Yeah, fuck him up. He has
Should I
nothing.
attack him?
Yeah. Bring all your ghouls from
fuck
home.
him up.
It's over. Bring everything.
Oh, okay.
Summon everything. Double illusion on Crypt Lord. Cancel Ziggurats. Cancel Ziggurat. Cancel Ziggurat.
Hit his ziggurats?
Yeah. If it's cancel, it's good. It's also your way out. Keep making ghouls. Graveyard, which you started.
I messed up.
I see that.
I summoned beetles when I could have. Yeah.
It's okay. You noticed. That's all that matters. Now start trying to do little pockets of surrounds. You take a bunch of units and put them around the fiend, like the top fiend. Yeah, and then you take a bunch of other ghouls and you attack the other fiend. Yeah, nice. Good. Good. That's how you want to micro. Take a bunch of units, focus 1 fiend, take a bunch, focus another.
He lost. It's over.
Yeah. But what would you do if it wasn't over? What would you do macro-wise right now?
I would definitely make some ziggurats.
Yep.
2 of them. Bang to the bang.
Never in front.
I can make another one here. Nice, GG.
Good.
I mean, that's just disgusting. I feel like I can climb like crazy with this shit.
I think so too.
Orc. Uh-oh. All right, I guess it's the same opener, whether he's here or not. Bang to the bang. More gold is required. Thanks. All right, now I'm going to make a shop here with my new acolyte, something I saw Grubby do when he was showing me things, and I'm going to do that from now on. Because I like that. Hello?
I'm here.
What's happening?
You're fine. You
didn't
didn't
hear? Ba-dum.
You heard something?
Yeah. Ba-dum.
Not for me.
Interesting.
Race?
I don't know what that was. He is Orc. I still go Crypt Lord?
Yeah, you can do it in every matchup.
Interesting.
I'm not saying like at 3,000 MMR, right? You can do it in every matchup.
But so in higher ratings, I probably don't want to do this as much because people will be better at dealing with it.
Higher ratings still do this against Orc. They still do it against Human. They may still do it against Undead, but they probably won't do it against Night Elf. That's it.
Because of Moonwell, probably?
Because of like an early rush with Immolation, Mana Burn, Wisp Detonate, remove all your summons. They're the only one that has Dispel at tier 1, Night Elf.
Oh, true. Okay, yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, let's go ahead and turn all that in.
Perfect. The top expand. Top. This one's still right. Yeah.
Go in here.
Yeah. Good. You got control of this build really fast.
Yerp. Okay, and I just go here, put this down, Ziggurat instantly if I can.
Remember to kill the correct creep first, the healer on top. He's also low health, low level, means you will get a corpse faster. I think you shouldn't control group your acolyte.
Okay.
Not in the same group. Slowed means he will keep getting hit. Toggle is not enough.
Oh, so that doesn't work.
Yeah, that's like a thing you need to know. You can make Goldmine already. You can Beetle Scout anytime you like.
Item, keep creeping, I guess.
Yeah, keep creeping. Item.
Cox, you're right.
Exit summons. Exit summons. Okay. Fix Acolyte Idol. Necropolis Rally. Perfect. Okay, good. Okay, so you didn't check his main expansion location. You went for the other one. The one in the south is wasted.
Well, let's go here then.
Yep.
He is teching, so I doubt it, right?
Fuck him up. Bring all ghouls, kill Burrow. GG.
Kill all ghouls. Bring all ghouls?
Yeah, second control group.
Okay.
Check if you have enough acolytes.
Oh, he's right here. Do I care?
Up to you. You can do anything. Still need Ice Tower.
Fuck it. Is that worth it or no?
If you surround and kill him, yes. If you let him go, no.
Oh, I surrounded. Just fucked it up. All right.
It's okay.
I'm still going in though.
I don't know if he's there. It's worth going in, but you can still fight him. Yes. Just don't go fully into Burrow Tower. you have enough acolytes on gold.
I should.
Okay, then you can tech.
So I back up now.
Yeah, sounds good. Okay, so this might be a nice game to try Necro Wagon. You do need to keep making ghouls, because remember, we brought everything. You have 0.
Oh, you're right. So I need to put them on wood, make 3 of them.
Yeah, and I think this habit you're showing here, creeping while they're watching on their side, you've done it a couple of times. I think this will cost you. Too risky.
This is a mistake.
Yeah.
Okay, but because they're bad, it's not a big deal. Ooh, I'm getting owned here.
Yeah, you're getting away
he
with
could
it.
chain light to me.
He should have. No, he doesn't have mana, but he should have come here and started messing with you. You will lose many units.
But he's okay. So I'm taking advantage of the fact he's bad. All right, I see.
Yeah. Now you have to send all of your ghouls home to mine lumber because you're low.
Oh, let's go here. Get graveyard.
And then now you reset your control group on Criplord. Yes, and then you take shift 1, all the beetles. Perfect. Yeah, that's how I want you to do your ghouls when most are going on.
Got it.
You're also allowed to make like 2nd, 3rd crypt in situations like this. Never in front, never in front. No, cancel.
Nope.
Always behind. You don't want to stuck yourself, I get it, but... Okay.
Okay, we're going here.
Let's go home, heal pot, mana pot.
And buy a new rod, I guess?
Yeah. You can't heal pot mana pot yet, but you can do it soon. You can still necro here as well, necropolis.
Oh, you're right. Fuck. I should do that because it's like no wood and I'm short on wood.
Exactly. You could ritual dagger. Normally you would. If your tech wasn't almost finished, you would ritual here. So might as well practice it. And then 1 beetle to his... Oh, okay.
Ooh.
I would... Yeah.
What the hell? He's...
Yeah.
Okay, he's surrounded here.
Yeah, well, there you go. Thank you.
He just did that for me. All right, we'll take that.
You may also lose your Criplord. It's okay. Just rebuy from middle, go back to lumber. You would tavern rebuy here. It takes 99 seconds to retrain. Why are you to go if you can use summon?
You're right. Didn't think about that. I thought my summons disappeared with them, actually.
Ah, that's actually a fair guess. 1 summon to Tavern, 1 summon to his expansion. And don't...
Which is north, this one?
Yeah. Don't over-ziggurat either. It's good habit to over-ziggurat, but right now it would be an exaggeration. Since you are...
So I should make a Death Knight now.
Yes.
And then I also want to make... And we are short on lumber.
Are we trying Necro Wagon? Or are you just going classic?
Oh. Okay, let's do Necro Wagon. I want to see it. I got you here. Let's do it.
Okay.
Should I make 2 of them?
Yes, but we need our wood for Criplord middle. We need to make Criplord middle. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know he cost lumber too. Okay.
Only from the tavern does it cost lumber.
I mean, I need a lot of lumber here.
Just remember, tech buildings cost about 150. So if you see your wood before you build, then don't need to try. Can you repeat what I said?
Tech buildings 140.
No, tech buildings cost about 150.
150. Fuck, why'd I? Oh, it does cost 140. Yeah, about 150.
Happy to be here.
I need mana. I'm fucked, actually.
Let's fix it.
Ooh, hello.
WCG was like
probably.
20.
I don't need that many ghouls. I feel like.
It's okay to make them because they become corpses for the skeletons eventually as well. It's always okay to make
for
more.
necros.
Yeah, we're gonna go like ghouls, necros. Yeah.
I'm trying to make this thingy. You can go home.
Tyler just lost to control groups. GG.
Well, hello.
Okay, risky. We don't have TP. Try to get home. Focus Raiders. You gotta focus Raiders because they're the threat to CC. See if you can get home. You have another coil. Start spamming Necromancer production. save your Death Knight. Make mass ghouls. Stay back so you don't give him a catch. See?
Alright. Uh-oh.
Don't give him a catch. He's waiting for you to go out, and he will kill a hero.
I have a lot of ghouls here. Ooh.
Impale, heal pot. You can use the ghouls.
I wasn't sure. I just want to do it.
Yeah.
Grub Hydra, Grub Hydra, Grub Hydra.
Come on, kill that. There we go.
Nice.
Holy fuck, I got ghouls on ghouls on ghouls.
So with this build, you would get the 2 left upgrades in Graveyard.
2 left upgrades in Graveyard. So these?
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to make sure you...
do I care to do this?
Yeah, you just get all the upgrades. And you could still make a slaughterhouse for statues.
Okay, still make a slaughterhouse. Got it.
So I think your build will look like this. 2 temple, 2 crypt, 1 slaughter. You spam ghouls, necros, and a few statues from one house.
I should probably ritual dagger and heal some shit up here.
Nice.
Okay, so let's go creep, I guess.
Yeah, you just do whatever feels good. You just fall back to the essentials, you know, scouting expansions, buying items, fighting.
Oh, my lich died too. Oh, I'm struggling here.
It's okay.
I think he's fine.
Yeah, you're all right. So usually while chasing like this, you A-move after him.
Buy my DK?
You can A-move after him and then quickly fix your macro. Do you need any ziggurats?
A-move after him. What do you mean by that?
We'll talk about it later.
Okay, uh-oh.
Make sure...
oh, jeez.
It's okay, he might be dead. Oh, that was a sick try. Is animate dead on all your skeletons?
No.
Nice.
Oh, my ziggurats are fucked right now.
Okay, go to Senjin Village, the S icon in the middle of the map.
Oh, this one?
Yeah. And buy stuff.
Okay. Buying the invulnerability.
Also on Lich, yeah.
Buying that.
Why not?
Buying things. I don't know what the fuck I just bought.
Same. Or let's say I know what you got, I don't know why.
Give Lich that thingy.
He's gone insane.
Fuck it. Uh-oh.
Good time to heal scroll. After you see a spell. Alright, let's start using all your necromancer skills.
Oh, so Unholy Frenzy on stuff? What do I use it on?
Lich, Abomination, Fiend, Crypt Lord. Those are prime targets. Alright, your hero arena now. Balanced hero.
Holy buckets.
Keep your necros here. They're kind of lagging.
Oh, you're right. Uh-oh.
Invis! You did it before I said it.
Holy fucking dicks.
That's why we buy them. You know what? I should do that more too.
Oh, uh-oh.
So after you make many skeletons, you have to send them in one by one. There's no control groups that can save
shit.
you. You just have to keep sending them.
Uh-oh.
You could staff home. You have staff. Invul, invul!
Fuck, I didn't click it late.
Close.
Uh-oh. I have this guy go to the tavern, I guess. I don't know how I'm doing here.
You're winning. The only thing I would say is you haven't looked at your base in a while. Making sure.
I know, I haven't bought anything. I'm freaking the fuck out. There's too much going. Oh, I needed to control group this. Oh.
So before looking at base, first pull back from theirs. Okay, you just killed his first here.
He got owned, outplayed.
Yep. That was really well microed, Soda.
Thank you. Oh, it's so expensive. Goodness.
It's double cost.
All right, now I got shit.
You have many ghouls. You saw them when you looked at home. You have 2,700 lumber.
Holy fuck, I do. God, jeez, I have so much shit. It's too much resources. I'm not used to this. This is a lot of resources. Ooh, he put a lightning shield on me.
You can use it against him.
Can I? Ooh, should I go stand right here, sir?
Yes.
Oh, depression kicking in. Fuck yeah. Jackass. Summon more beetles.
You can ritual beetles too, by the way. Hidden tech. Like Lich.
Oh, shiznit. All right.
You did a skeleton.
Hold on.
But, okay.
My Lich about to die. No!
No king rules forever.
Okay, I'm bad. Hey, ghouls. Give up, coward. Look what's going on.
Do you normally get Ghoul Frenzy?
No, I don't think I've ever gotten Ghoul Frenzy. I feel like I should, though.
Yeah,
it's disgusting.
You should always get it. If you have 6 ghouls or more, always get it. GG. Okay, how many ghouls should you have to make Frenzy?
Okay, fuck, you said a word and I don't know what it was. Like, she said 10?
Yeah, no, I said 6.
6 ghouls, that's it? And I should get all right.
If you have 6 or more, you get Frenzy.
Man, I didn't realize I had to... So, when it comes to the Enraged, like, Unholy Frenzy, I just put that on, like, my heroes and ranged people?
Yeah. It's also okay on Abomination and Cryptlord.
Okay.
And Frostworm.
What about if I got a whole lot of nothing else to do? Should I just start throwing it on, like, skeletons that are ranged?
Yep.
And shit?
Yep. I doubt you will have so little to do that becomes the best play, but yes, you should.
Yeah, my issue there is I have a system, all right? Okay. I have a system. My system has been make a crypt, make a slaughterhouse, and that's all I made.
I know. Fiend A-bomb.
Never made jack shit else.
Yeah.
And I just fiend A-bomb, and you had me build this new fucking building, and I did not make it in a control group, so in the middle of the fight, I could not, unless I clicked back at my base, which I wasn't going to do, there's no way I could use it. So now I just got to remember to put these necro-making bullshit thingamajigs into my control group.
Yeah.
And then I'm good.